who wish to provide comments on an agendized item should raise their electronic hand in the Zoom platform to address the board when that item is under consideration. And I will indicate when I'd like to have people indicate their desire to speak on every agendized public item. Persons who wish to address the board on matters that are not on the agenda should raise their electronic hand in the Zoom platform during the public comment portion of the agenda. That's item 11. And you'll be called on at that time. Please be advised that board members cannot respond to or deliberate regarding comments raised regarding a non-agendized item. When it's a speaker's turn to comment, whether it's during public comment or during an agendized item, I will call on that person and staff will unmute the speaker and allow you to speak. We request that all speakers please state their full name and their affiliation with the district, if any, at the beginning of their comments when they're invited to speak. Board policy ordinarily limits the time to be devoted to any single agenda comments to any single agenda topic to 10 minutes, and individual speakers are ordinarily limited to 3 minutes. If there is more desire to address the board can take the decision to expand the time allocated to a particular agenda item, but if we do so, we might reduce the amount of time available to any individual speaker to permit more people to participate. I will, in any event, the board, once it takes a decision, I will announce the amount of time to be allocated to each speaker before public comment on any agenda item begins. The time to be allocated to each speaker will be displayed on the Zoom screen. When a speaker's time has expired, staff will mute the speaker. Staff will not be notifying speakers that their time has expired. So I urge speakers to monitor their own time carefully. All right, so with that then, now that we're all present, I'd like to invite Ms. Loese for the last time, my last opportunity to invite her to do so, to take the roll.
Just when I got all the names memorized. Student trustee Nori.
Here.
Trustee Dubois.
Here.
Trustee Jack.
Here.
Trustee Sarver.
Here.
Trustee Thompson.
Here.
I thought I saw him, yeah. President Weiner.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Excellent. And then we'd like to go ahead and move on to our next item, which is approval of the agenda. You'll notice that we flipped the item, the order of things. We want to get a couple of the action items sort of, which maybe won't take, we believe, so much time done and out of the way so that we can focus our time on the discussion items that follow. So I hope board members have had a chance to review the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda for this evening?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we.
Aye.
You're opposed to the agenda, Chris, or you're voting late in favor?
That must have been my mute or something.
Okay.
In favor.
Okay, excellent. Let the record reflect that the vote was unanimous. In closed session, next item, item 6, I can report that the board took no action during closed session. And then that brings us to item 7, which is our considerably thinner consent agenda than normal. As regular observers know, board action to approve the items on the consent agenda is taken simultaneously with one motion which is not debatable and requires a unanimous roll call vote for passage. The action indicated on each item is deemed to be to have been considered in full and action taken as worded therein. If a member of the board, if the superintendent, or if any member of the public so desires, items on the consent agenda may be removed from the consent calendar and placed on the regular order of business. Is there a request to remove anything from the consent agenda? Trustee Jack?
Yes, I'd like to remove 7.2.
Okay, well, we'll pull 7.2 and we will take that up when we get to, I think we'll do that at the end after the other action. I think we'll take it up at the end, George, if that's all right.
That seems fine.
Okay, so then that leaves a super skinny down consent agenda, which is we don't have any items on consent as a result. Okay, so we will we will dispense with consent agenda. For members of the public who are viewing, this is a somewhat unusual meeting. It had originally been scheduled to be a study session, but yet we have some important action items that need to be, some important discussion and action items that need to be handled. So it's a kind of a combination of a study session and a regular board meeting. So that brings us to, I guess, item 8. Yeah, I'm going to just hand the podium over to Interim Superintendent Leach.
Absolutely. Well, I can definitely say that the special recognitions that occur almost at all of our meetings are definitely my favorite part of the meeting. And tonight, special recognition definitely holds something that's very dear to me, and that's acknowledging the service of Alan Weiner and Georgia Jack. Both of these individuals were actually on my hiring committee when I was hired into my associate position. So they were the first 2 board members that I had interaction with. And then I have had the delight and honor of serving with them on the dais, especially in my interim position for the last few months. And so I thank you both for your wonderful service and your mentorship, and just how you have always kept our students and our staff at the forefront of your mind. And I just thank you both for your leadership. I would like to open it to other trustees for comments about your fellow trustees.
Okay, seeing none, we can move on. All right, Alan.
So I'd like to, yes, mark this this occasion briefly with a few words to both of you. And let me start with Georgia. It has been a pleasure and an honor to serve with you for the last 5 years. The work you have done on the board has been exemplary. Your steadfast focus on what is best for our students has shown through in every moment you have spent on the board beside us. The focus you brought to the process of governance and the critical importance of our policy work has done a tremendous amount over these 5 years to really move our district forward in how we operate and how we really keep our roles in proper alignment. You have also exemplified in a transitional period on the board the ability to really be focused on your local community and its needs across the district, while being equally and appropriately focused on the needs of all students across the district. And that really bridges our transition from an era of at-large elections to an era of trustee district elections. And throughout that period of time, your special advocacy for the needs of the Redwood City community, coupled with that clear vision of equity and the actions you always took to ensure it across the district, really demonstrate the way that boardsmanship needs to continue in this district. And that was great. And the various works you did on committees and task forces, certainly the kind of progress that was made on the policy committee with your great participation and leadership has been tremendous. And then the huge range of outside adjacent work that you did, notably the work on housing throughout the region, the thought and the advocacy you have brought around connectivity and equity in our communities, and so many other things have been just an endless contribution to the well-being of our district, the success of our students, and the overall success of the community that we all serve. And I cannot thank you enough for that partnership you have provided as our colleague. So thank you, and I cannot say how much we will miss you.
Those are lovely words. Thank you so much, Ellen. Uh, you know, y'all can miss me, but I'll probably still be coming back, hopefully in person, because it is, what's the right word? A disappointment that Redwood City is not represented on the board. It's, I don't have to tell you this. It's the largest feeder district. There are 9,000 students when you count the charter schools. It's a little less right now, but it will go back up. Compared to, I think the next largest district is about 25 or 26. No, take that back. Sorry, Belmont Redwood Shores. Amy, I know you're out there. I think they're the next largest, and I want to say they're at like 4,500. So it is a tremendous disservice to not have the representation of that district on this board. There are pieces of that district now pulled off into different places, but I think that it is such a unique group of students that it is it is really unfortunate. That does not mean that I have not enjoyed my work on this board. I have tremendously. I think, Ellen, you've hit all of the pieces that I am most proud of, including, but let's not forget the discipline work, because that was really huge, changing the way we were thinking about discipline and starting up the Student Services Department so robustly. And Jackie McAvoy's leadership on that group was really important, and working with Alan Weiner on that group. So I feel proud of the work that I've accomplished. It's not done by any stretch of the imagination. So I will be back. I will be back from an advocacy perspective. And I really look forward to working with staff in that role, and specifically also with the teachers union. So Edith, I'll be back.
And if I may, I'd like to turn my attention now briefly to President Weiner. And Alan, it has been 9 wonderful years working with you on the board. I recall that you went through a lot of thought and concern about running for re-election at the end of your first term and taking on another 4 years, and the surprise that it turned into 5 more. And that you spent a long time thinking about whether to run again for a 3rd term. And I know I personally lobbied you heavily to consider doing so, and you did consider. And all of your thought processes that I have seen throughout the 9 years you spent on the board have been dedicated fully to the best interests of the district and the students we serve, and has been a lodestar that has helped return board discussion always to those twin guidelines. Your work has been on every committee that has needed your focus. Your sharp legal awareness has been brilliantly valuable in endless numbers of decisions and documents we have had to verify, situations we've had to evaluate, both from a legal perspective and also with that keen, incisive evaluation that you brought to everything. You have spearheaded interests in a focus on our English language learners, in our disciplinary processes, in our support systems, and in many other things that have been frontline work of this district. And your advocacy has really been there all along. And another thing we're seeing very much coming into focus now is the realization of the long advocacy for ethnic studies as a key component of the district as well. But really, above all, you saved somehow the best for last. This extraordinary past year, you have managed to choose as the opportunity to be an outgoing president of the board, has been a great challenge and a great opportunity for you to shine in your leadership, in your focus on the right way of doing things under extraordinary circumstances. We have had board meetings and we have had ongoing operations that have been utterly extraordinary, unique, and things that none of us could ever have prepared for. And the focus with which you brought us to the appropriate professional approach and effort every step of the way has brought this district opportunities for success amid these challenges over this past year that would have been extraordinarily difficult to imagine in other hands. And as I've said before, I pity the poor fool who's going to try and step into your shoes and fulfill that role in the coming year. You leave big shoes. It has been an honor and a pleasure to serve with you on the board, and I appreciate endlessly the service you have given to our district, our students, and our community. Thank you.
Well, Alan, thank you very much for those kind words. I think it has been for me, of course, a great honor to serve in the district. And I think I'm going to abuse the prerogative of the chair, and I'll probably save some comments, but save them for the end of the meeting when it's just us lonely desperados who are still here. But I see that there's a dissenting opinion on this. And so I'd like to now call on Ms. Salvatore, who maybe has a different perspective.
I wouldn't dare. No, I definitely wanted to take this opportunity to thank both Georgia and Alan for their dedication to the district. Alan may have been on the board longer, but we definitely knew Georgia's name in the district long before she joined the board, and her dedication to Woodside High School and to the students of Redwood City is well known, and I doubt that it is going anywhere. And yes, Georgia, we look forward to working with you on housing and other issues moving forward. I think Georgia has actually been on every committee that I have served on that had a board member representative. So we definitely have appreciated that both Alan and Georgia were very active board members, took their time on the board and their dedication to the students and the community very seriously. And that's really the most you can ask for in most situations. And we appreciate that and wish you the best.
Thank you very much, Edith. There are a couple of hands in the Zoom, so I'll call on Trustee Dubois, followed by Trustee Nori.
It's always hard to follow Alan Sarver because he said so many wonderful things. But I just wanted to say to the audience, normally pre-COVID, we would have had a beautiful, buffet set up with candy and, treats and flowers would be given. We did, as a board, deliver a special gift to Alan Weiner and Georgia Jack. And I just want to say thank you. The thing about this board, I believe all 5 members have been hyper-focused on education. Sometimes people run for school board because they want higher office. And that's not what this board is all about. It's all about education. It's all about kids. Georgia, don't worry about Redwood City. For me, I actually spend more time in other communities rather than my own. I spent my most time at Redwood. I'll still be part of Redwood City 2020. So we will look after Redwood City. I think that is the job for all of us to do. So thank you both for your service, the incredible amount of time that you spent, and I will be grateful for what I learned from both of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie. Trustee Nori and then Trustee Thompson.
So I would also like to extend my sincerest appreciation and thanks to both President Weiner and Trustee Jack for their service to Sequoia Union High School District. This has undoubtedly been one of the most trying years our district has probably ever faced, but the poise, dedication, and leadership that Trustee Jack and especially President Weiner have shown in the face of so many controversial issues has been simply unmatched. Even if we didn't always agree on every proposal, I greatly admire your undying commitment to the students of this district. I know your guys' presence will be greatly missed on the board, and I wish you both the best in whatever your future endeavors may be.
Trustee Nori, thank you very much. Knowing that the board will be in your hands after I leave makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. Trustee Thompson?
Sorry, wasn't quite ready. So I think our experience on Zoom as a board looking at schooling, we've learned the limits of Zoom meetings and what can be communicated there. I think nowhere is that more true than our opportunity or the time we have to say goodbye to good colleagues. And so I really regret not having this moment together with you. It's not just for the treats that Carrie mentioned, but I think it's for the hugs that we give one another to recognize sort of the human connection we've built with you throughout the years. It's not just hard work, it's not just policy discussion, but it's getting to know one another as individuals with the shared sense of dedication to public education that's so important to us. So I miss being with you both. Turning to Georgia, I think first, Georgia and I probably started out at the greatest distance from one another, for after all, we were competing as candidates to begin with. And then there were specific areas of differences like the importance of basketball and things like that. And I'd say over our time together, we've actually gone the most distance to come together and find connection. That ranges from things like community family involvement in community colleges that I think has been important to both of us. And then I hope it's respect for one another, especially as the respect I have for you and what you've given to the district. So Alan and Carrie have noted many of the, well, I've written down 5 points that I think I'll long remember about you. First is Redwood City advocacy. In addition to Carrie's comment on Redwood City advocacy, I think I'd want to share with everybody listening in that when we divided up the district in the electoral district or our board seat districts, we quite intentionally did not keep them city oriented. And so many of our districts, mine included, go into Redwood City. And that was driven by a sense that I think all of us on the board have a commitment to all the communities and all the high schools of our district. But that said, your advocacy for Redwood City is something I will long remember about you. Your service on the policy committee, because that was true service, selfless service, is something I'll remember. Contributions you made in the work on the discipline task force. And then 2 general things. One, sense of humor you brought to our deliberations, which is important. And also the constant reminder of paying attention to the student perspective. I'm grateful for the time I had to spend with you on the board and wish you well in new ventures, wherever that may be. And we'll welcome you back as a commenter on our deliberations. Alan's comments I'll keep very short because I want to respect the amount of time that we give to this agenda item that he'll be thankful for. Alan and I started as friends, and thankfully our time on the board together has not endangered that friendship, I think. Alan Sarver, I think, pointed out the things I will long remember about your tenure. I think you will carry away, or we've talked about what individual contributions we brought to the district. Certainly the ethnic studies graduation requirement is one I know you'll claim with pride. You really were the first among our board members who championed that. And so that made all the difference. And the other thing I want to mention briefly is just this past year, we needed strong leadership on the board to tackle this toughest ever issue of how public schools confront the pandemic. And we had it in spades with your leadership as the board president. I know the extra amount of time it took you to take that on. I also know that it's kind of a thankless job, especially as board president at this difficult time, and want to acknowledge that service to the district. So you're moving out of the picture. Anyway, it's been a pleasure to serve with you both. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, very much. I'm just saying it's not so thankless because I have a gift here. Look, I think I will say something at the end as I'm, about to head off into the sunset or the moon rise, as the case may be. But let me just say this. I look around the Zoom and I see an extraordinarily talented group of colleagues. And it has been a real pleasure to serve and work with you these past 9 years. I mean, district office, teachers, IVPs, in some ways we have a singular good fortune to have had so many principals who have served in their role for such a long time, which is kind of an unusual thing. And we know that you are among the most important players in the district. So for now, let me just say thank you for the kind words, and it was an honor to have a chance to serve with you. And I'll now move on to item 9 on our agenda, which are student trustee comments. So Trustee Nori, over to you.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard to believe that we're almost done with a full semester of distance learning, but through the tireless efforts of students, teachers, and administration and other staff, we're finally here. I do think a lot of students seem especially stressed for finals, considering that a lot of them might not have grades that they would have wanted at this point in year in some classes. But I do think teachers have been generally doing a good job in communicating expectations for next week. And yeah, I'm excited to see how second semester brings us, and hopefully how not only can distance learning become better, but we might have a chance to start some aspects of in-person education.
Thanks, Satvik. And so this brings us now to comments from our bargaining units, our employee labor relation groups. And so let's go ahead and start with SDTA and Ms. Salvatore, and then we'll hear from AFSCME and Ms. Horton.
I want to relay to the board that SDTA at our meeting on Tuesday, today is Wednesday, passed a resolution concerning Envision charter schools and their unlawful termination of an employee who has served for the last many years as their union president. We did this in sisterhood and brotherhood with our members of CTA in the East Bay who are supporting that member and her plight, but also because it hits home in our district where East Palo Alto Academy does have a contracting agreement with Envision Public Schools. And so our, the EPAA funds are going to this organization that has very clearly operated in retaliation unlawfully against an employee. And so we are doing our part, and we wanted to bring that to your attention. I will be forwarding the resolution to the district. I believe it's been shared with Amika through our representation at EPAA and also to the board. In addition, our membership approved the tentative agreement for this current year's contract with 98%. And so we hope that will be exceeded in percentage when the board votes shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Horton.
Good evening to you all. I am not going to say goodbye to Alan and Georgia, as it sounds like they're promising to make an appearance with us again. So, and I'll just say farewell until then. My AFSCME report includes that we started negotiations and quickly finished negotiations. We signed our TA and it's on the desk of the district. And so waiting to hear back from them. And we are hoping to get that ratified before the Christmas break. And so that will be a nice holiday gift to both parties. So we thank the district for their quick work on this, and we're happy with that. Not a whole lot more, just been busy with other things in queue, but thank you and Merry Christmas to you all.
Thanks, and Merry Christmas to you, Grace. That brings us now to item 11, which is public comment. This is, again, time for a comment on matters which are not on the board agenda. So I'm looking to see whether there are any members of the public who wish to address the board at this time, looking to see whether there are any blue Zoom hands raised. And I am not seeing any. So we will then go ahead and move on to our early action items. We'll begin with item 12.1, which is approval of the LCFF budget overview for parents, which I think is a new document that we've not, of a kind that we've not approved in the past. Ms. Leach, do you want to help us understand what's going on here?
Absolutely. Well, in the world of education, we live by acronyms. A lot of them are always doubled up, tripled up. So when you're new to the industry, you actually get kind of like a dictionary that lists them. This is one of my new favorite acronyms. However, I do believe it's a one and done, and that would be the BOP. The BOP is the budget overview for our parents. So Ed Code requires each school district to develop the budget overview for parents in conjunction with the learning continuity and attendance plan, not to be confused with the local control and accountability plan, again, also the same acronym at first interim. As a reminder, we adopted the learning continuity plan for 2021 in September. This replaced the local control and accountability plan. And this was the focus. The switch was because of COVID. Unfortunately, we were not able to complete the standard LCAP during COVID year, during a pandemic. And it was more about how we were going to be spending the CARES Act funding. So in the budget overview for parents, the revenue and the expenses are captured within first interim. The CARES Act revenue is a one-time revenue piece. It's from federal dollars. Most often we see one-time dollars from the state. So it is only shown in year one of the multi-year projection. Just over 2.6 million is listed in expenditures for the learning continuity plan for our high need students, which is associated with our unduplicated count. It's important to remember that the learning continuity plan is a snapshot in time, and we know that the expenditures to support these students from learning obstacles and challenges from COVID are beyond the timeline of this temporary LCAP. So I would imagine that as if we return to the standard LCAP year for 21-22, we could also see some of these leftover funds appearing in some of our goals and our actions and services in that LCAP year to also help work on and mitigate the learning loss for this group of students. So this is a regulatory item, and this first one for 12.1 is for the district.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions on the BOP? Okay. Seeing none, then I would invite a motion as per the district's staff's recommendation that we approve the LCFF budget overview for parents for the district.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so we have approved that. This brings us to, I think, a similar document then for East Palo Alto Academy. Ms. Leach, are you going to lead us through this, or should I look for Ms. Guillaume in the Zoom?
I could go ahead and lead through this, and if there's any additional comments, basically following the same model that I reviewed in the BOP for the district. This one is specific just to address East Palo Alto Academy as they are a dependent charter. So they are responsible for doing their own BOP as well as their own learning continuity plan, and then in a normal year also their own LCAP.
Ms. Guillaume, anything to add on this, or should I see whether there are questions from the board?
I don't have anything to add. Thank you. That's awesome.
Comments or questions from board members? All right, seeing none, then I would invite a motion to approve the LCFF budget overview for parents for East Palo Alto Academy.
I motion that we approve the, what did we just call it? LBOP?
The LCFF BOP, in fact. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Any opposed? No. Okay, so that we have approved the LCFF budget overview for parents for East Palo Alto Academy, which then brings us to item 12.3, which is really the main reason we're all here tonight, which is to have consideration of first interim for the current fiscal year. Well, I guess you're really kind of back in your old hat for this one, right?
The old and familiar.
Interim Superintendent Leach.
Okay, let me go ahead and share my screen. Oh, that was the video button. Let's go over to this button. I must say, as I'm getting ready to share my screen, this is my least favorite of internet. My apologies. Hold on one second. Of the inner reports. There we go. Okay. And the reason for that, I can talk to you while I'm getting started. The reason why it's my least favorite is because first interim, what it does is it captures actuals from July 1 through October 31st. And so there's not a lot of activity going on between that time period, as we don't start school until August. And so payrolls tend to be a little bit on the lighter side as far as being able to really validate what your projections are for the year. So second interim, definitely you get more substance with your actuals, and you're able to validate what your projections are. So for first interim, districts are required to, the board is required to approve first interim no later than December 15th. So this is actually moved to this meeting, is why you actually see this type of agenda item during a study session. So throughout a normal fiscal year, the business office actually operates in several different fiscal years. So right now, as we are actually working on first interim for 2021, we are currently in the audit report cycle for last year for 1920. Second interim is kind of in its isolation as we gear into the budget season. For 21-22, we will be working on estimated actuals for 2021, and then the cycle then proceeds again through the interims. The interim reports do require a certification. Those certifications can be positive, which means that the district will be able to meet its financial obligations for the remainder of the current year and then the 2 out years. A qualified certification indicates that the district will be able to meet its financial obligations in only 1 or 2 of the subsequent years. And then the negative certification means that the districts will not meet their financial obligations. I am happy to report that for Sequoia Union High School District, I am recommending a positive certification for first interim. So the things that go into first interim that we really try to pay attention to here, that focus all of our attention within the multi-year projection, is our property tax revenue. Being a basic aid or a community funded district, that is the largest majority of the funding that we receive. And there has been concern going into this year of the pandemic, what that was going to do to our main revenue piece. I mean, we definitely have some added protection being in the Bay Area, which actually has a very different economy than the rest of California. So we are definitely very fortunate to have the resources that we have. So just a little bit of history. We can see the trajectory starting to go down. We were anticipating that our property taxes increases year over year would not be as great prior even to this pandemic. I had been forecasting kind of it to kind of level off and then start to fall over the next few years because we had such a steep climb over the past 5 to 8 years. So in 1920, we finished about 7.68%. In 2021, right now we are targeted for just under 5%. 21-22, just slightly over 4.5. And then we start to see that climb again where we budget about 5.25 for our property tax revenue. It is important to show that there was a slight decrease of 0.04%, but then it is offset with the increase for over prior year at that 4.96%. So there was an adjustment. There usually is an adjustment at first interim, and then it levels out and we get closer to the final projections during second interim. So I would see it potentially go up again slightly at second interim, but there also was a portion of our property taxes that went down. We did get a reduction in our redevelopment funds this year of about $600,000, and that is also included in the multi-year projection. So overall, there was a significant decrease from the LCFF. There was a lot of revenue changes from adopted budget. The reason for that is when we had adopted budget, we were adopted based off of the planning factors from May Revise. That's fairly standard. We have done that in all years preceding this year. What made this different was that the state, if you recall, the state was really anticipating receiving that HEROES Act funding from federal. And in anticipation of that, they were going to reverse the planning factors that they had at May Revise. Those planning factors were a 10% cut for minimum state aid, which we actually do receive a portion of that. But that also meant a 10% reduction for our charter in lieu payments. So for us, that actually meant an increase because we do pay around $14 million in our charter in lieu payments. So our revenue sources had a slight increase or significant increase, but this is the CARES Act funding that is also being recorded. That was also spoken about when we did the budget overview for parents. So even though we spent some of that funding in last year, 1920, it's actually accounted for in current year of 2021. Then we have some slight increases in our local revenue sources and some different projections that go into detail more here. For our expenditures, our salaries increased about $4.3 million from adopted budget. This was increased staffing across our most of our big four, successful recruitment of our psychologists and other additional special education support positions that were previously contracted out. And then also additional staffing hours supported by the COVID funds. So the revenue was I'm sorry, was budgeted at adopted budget, but we weren't sure about how all those expenditures were going to look for the budget. And so those get added in at first and then at second interim. Classified salaries increased slightly, just under 1.5 million. There was an increase in expenditures due to custodial hours. Most of our increases in our staff were all related to COVID response. And then there also was a new hire of a CTE related program support. Employee benefits increased about just over 2 million. This increase, again, is due to staffing changes. The majority of employee benefits is a percentage tied to salaries. So as you see salaries go up, you will also see the employee benefits go up as well. Books and supplies increased about 4.1 million. Again, a lot of these expenditures are the expenditures that were budgeted in primarily due to COVID support. So your books and your supplies are going to be your materials related to PPE. It's all housed under that cost center. Services and other operating expenditures increased about 2.3 million. The majority is related to SPED support contracts, and then the remaining increases were offset by revenue. Capital outlay increased about 89,000. And then we will reevaluate capital outlay purchases at second interim, estimated actuals. And so we try to sweep these funds in general fund anytime it's used for unrestricted and apply it to possibly some more restricted funds to free up more general fund revenue. Our other funds are listed here. Fund 09, as we mentioned before, that's where East Palo Alto Academy is housed. Fund 11 is our adult ed cafeteria. So there is a significant additional contribution to our cafeteria fund this year. And that is due to us being in distance learning and the waivers that we've applied for to make sure that we can feed our families and our students. And so we still are awaiting for the offset of that revenue from the feds. The tricky thing is obviously the cost of food far exceeds what our reimbursement rate is from on the cost of food. And then we have deferred maintenance. We do still have some funding left and some expenditures from some projects that are finishing up in Fund 21. And then we have some other capital funds listed below. Moving on to our multi-year projection, we can see that in first interim, we have just about a 7% increase for property taxes. For 21-22, at budget adoption, I had 3.25% for projected property tax. I have increased it to the 5%. I feel comfortable and confident with that increase from conversations with the county assessor's office. What is these expenditures include the increases that were mentioned just above, and then are projected with the COLA, cost of living increase in 21-22. There's a CPI index, and then anything that we can plan for. There's still some things that we need to add in here as we work on our tech refresh and building in some of our other initiatives that we have in the process right now. And then it is always good to do a comparison of adopted budget to first interim, which is listed below. So we can see that there is a significant increase for that revenue, and that the majority of that is from the CARES Act. So when we look at the enrollment, we can see this steady increase, and then from the enrollment report that we did last year, we showed that we kind of have this bubble going through. And so we're going to see this increase. It's going to be stable for 1 or 2 years, and then we see this drop. Those projections were all pre-COVID. So it's a little unsure. We hear that there is a lot of students exiting, there's a lot of families moving. We won't really see what that looks like until next year, and also during the address verification process, because if a student has to move temporarily and everything that's going on, we're in distance learning, that's a little bit more difficult to follow those students if they do leave your district. Is it temporary? Are they moving back, and so forth? So these numbers will, I would anticipate them changing and decreasing for next year. But right now we just don't have that data to make a good assumption on that. So what's next? You know, they are proceeding with all kinds of planning for 21-22. We do anticipate the return of the local control accountability plan. We are hoping for some additional supports from the state, whether it be through federal resources to also help with all of these added COVID expenditures that we are facing, because even the large significant amount that we received is just not enough for everything that needs to be done. That will also occur for added expenditures over the next several years to really help gain back what they're referring to as learning loss, or just extra supports that we need, either on a district or also as a district, or also within our instructional program. So that, in essence, is first interim.
Excellent. Thank you very much. See a couple of questions. I'll begin with Trustee Thompson, to be followed by Trustee Norrie.
So no questions on my part. I want to make 3 comments in favor of the motion to approve first interim report. The first is to note that this is a positive certification, and it's the easiest of possible positive certifications given the financial status of the district. I think we should continually recognize how fortunate we are to have community-funded schools that, relative to the other schools in the state of California, are doing so well. So that's point 1. It makes an easy board vote on that. 2 is to recognize that the person giving this report to us had been the chief business officer, and she sort of continues to be the chief business officer. So I wanted to recognize the double duty she's getting, recognizing that she's supported by staff, and thanks to Dina and others. Crystal, it's extraordinary that you continue with this in the midst of stepping in as superintendent for us. The third and smaller note was to recognize and support the notion of moving from a 3 to 5 year planning horizon. I think because we don't count primarily on state funds, but instead on the local community funds, it becomes all the more important that we have a longer planning horizon. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Trustee Thompson. Trustee Norrie?
Yeah, this is kind of a more general question. It's totally fine if you don't know the answer, but I was just curious, do you happen to know how much the school district has saved on utilities because of distance learning?
I don't. That is a fabulous question. Well, we can definitely look into that, and we can report on that out at second interim.
Okay, I have one question. This is like skunk at garden party-esque, but when I look at the comparison of the adopted budget to first interim, interim Superintendent Leach, you know, I'm struck that, you know, expenditures are up like $14 million, right? And, you know, some of that in the supplies area, you know, $4 million increase I would kind of expect. But it's up $14 million, and we went from a projected, you know, budget, surplus of $600,000 to a deficit for the year of 5.6. So we're now looking, notwithstanding the increased revenues, like basically a $6 million difference in terms of the bottom line. So should I be concerned about that, either in terms of, number one, where second interim and where we're going to end up as the year goes along? Or should I be concerned about what this signifies, if anything, for our budget situation kind of going forward year on year? Like what happened between adoption of budget and first interim that explains a $6 million movement?
So what was described earlier in the narrative regarding the increases in the object cost centers, mostly in the salaries and the benefits, are the main reasons for those increases. We have a pattern of starting at budget, increasing at first interim, increasing at second interim, it kind of leveling off, and then at unaudited actuals, kind of showing that true picture. So I've been with the district in this role little over a year now. And so the first year was really to gain the bearings and understanding the way that our finances work. So we can really tighten those projections to, as Trustee Thompson had made a comment, in 5 years, my goal for year 2 as the CBO was actually to get us 10 years out. So I have us to the 5 years, and I can show those analysis at second interim. And then hopefully at year end, I can show that 10-year projection cycle. And so this will really give us an idea of where we see our projections not really falling in order. But I do not think that there is anything to be alarmed about. I think the majority of these increases, I know that the majority of these increases are related to COVID expenditures. So they're one-time expenditures. So that's why it's very important, though, in the multi-year projection to make sure that you're pulling that one-time revenue off, and then you're also pulling those one-time expenditures off so that your projections moving forward in the out years are reasonable.
Excellent. Thank you for that explanation. I don't see any other requests for a comment or questions. And so I think if there's nothing further, I'd go ahead and invite a motion to approve first interim, to provide the positive certification, and to authorize the superintendent to file the positive certification with the county superintendent of schools.
So moved.
So moved.
I have one so moved. We'll treat Trustee Thompson as a second, if you're amenable. And so then all in favor?
Aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Okay, great. So first interim is adopted with the positive certification. That brings us to item 12.4, which is approval of the tentative agreement with the Sequoia District Teachers Association. And we've been now presented with a challenge to do better than 98%. It's what I like to call the Belarusian Lukashenko standard for, capturing votes. So who would you like to present this item to us, Interim Superintendent Leach?
This is Dr. McAvoy's item.
Good evening, President Weiner, members of the board. It's my pleasure to bring this item to you this evening. I'd first like to start by thanking our negotiations team, both the district team and the SDTA team. It was, there was a high level of commitment to get these negotiations done as quickly as possible, considering the circumstances. So you have before you tonight for your approval, the tentative agreement with SDTA, and also the supporting AB 1200, which outlines the impact of the agreed upon raise on the district finances.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from board members about either the tentative agreement or the AB 1200 document? Okay, well, I'll simply say that again, I am pleased that both our negotiating team and the SDTA negotiating team, have once again, sat down and worked with one another in good faith and reached an agreement that we believe is beneficial to both sides and continues to reflect the notion that we go together on these things. And so I'm pleased to see that we've come to this position. So at this point, I think what would be in order would be a motion to approve the tentative agreement and the AB 1200 disclosure.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, suck it, Edith. The district board beat the teachers by 2%. So there you go. We win. Okay, let's move on to item 13. We've got a couple of board policy items, a couple of policy items that the policy committee did have a chance to work on. I can tell you that having participated in committee discussion on these things, there is really little here of, it did not strike me that there was very much here of great interest. This was largely about either conforming with newly enacted statutes or efforts to rationalize our board policy structure so that it aligns better with the gamut system, which is, kind of run by CSBA. So we see in some cases just taking big chunks of text and moving them from one document to another. So with that, by way of overview, let's go ahead and move on to 13.1. Ms. Leach, would it be appropriate for me to ask Ms. Hanson to begin our discussion of this? Ms. Hanson?
Thank you, President Weiner. I will very, very, very much miss having an attorney on the BP and AR committee. It is made for good fun for debates, and you have been so gracious in wordsmithing things for us. And you and Georgia, with her keen eye, are a winning combination for that team. And I enjoyed geeking out with you guys. So you will be missed, mostly because, you both care about every kid in the district, but also as a side note, you are righteous editors. So you already described AR 5142.2, which is the first of the four that I have before you this evening. And this is at the request of the California School Board Association that we take the language that we currently have in 6145.3 and that we just move it all to where the rest of the state has it, which is in AR 5142.2. So if you look, you will see that I've also attached BP 6145.3, and I'm recommending deletion of that document because I like for CSBA to be happy with us whenever possible, and that it be moved in full to AR 5142.2. And then a certain attorney I know made a clarifying suggestion. So in green font, you will also find that on page B of AR 5145.2, where it refers to publications code, it's been updated to say board policy so that when we see it, we'll know what that means, because in our district, we say board policy, not publication code.
Thank you. Trustee Nori.
I just had a quick question. So when it says for expression prohibited by board policy, what does that mean? Like what is prohibited by board policy that's not prohibited by Ed Code 48907?
Nothing.
Right.
I mean, we simply cut and paste the language from the statute. Other comments or questions on this item? Okay, so this is a discussion item. I hate to prejudge for the next board, but my recommendation would be that this come back on consent next time. Obviously, if a new board member wants to discuss it, the board member retains the option of removing it from the consent agenda, but I would recommend, and does the board think it makes sense for this to come back on consent next time? I'm seeing no real disagreement. Let's then go ahead and move on to the revision of Board Bylaw 9321 and 9321.1. Ms. Leach.
I believe this one is also Ms. Hanson.
Wait, I think I may have also skipped a page, so forgive me. My pages are stuck together. Let's move to item 13.3, my bad. And this is item 6159.1, which concerns procedural safeguards for special education. Right.
I think we skipped one.
Yeah.
We haven't done 13.2 yet.
Okay. Well, this is why they're putting me out to pasture.
It's about ceremonies and observations, right?
Yes.
Observances, sorry. You know.
Yeah. Yes, this is why I'm having to be let go. Bonnie, could you talk us through 13.2? Yeah, 6115.
Indeed, about ceremonies and observances, and the CSBA has just beefed up some of the language. In addition to that, this may make you sorry or sorrier to be leaving the board. The board has the authority to designate any day as a holiday, in addition to those holidays designated by law, and to revise the date when we observe holidays, except for Veterans Day. Veterans Day cannot be moved. Why do I know this? Because it's my husband's birthday. And if you tell seniors they have the day off because it's your husband's birthday, they will not believe you. But if you say that to freshmen, about 40% of them will believe it. In the AR, it says that, thank you, Grace. In the AR, it says that not only can you do you have this privilege, but so do the president and the governor. And any date negotiated with the employee organizations can also be off. So in our district, that would be SUHSD. So this is updated language from CSBA, and we recommend that it be adopted in full.
Thank you for getting me back, not only for explaining it so coherently, but getting me back on the right policy. Comments or questions on this item? All right, seeing none, I will, again, because this is largely ministerial, recommend that this come back on consent at the meeting on the 16th. And now that brings us to item 13.3. I've got my groove back, and this is item 6159.1, procedural safeguards for special education. Ms. Hanson, what's new here?
What is new here is that CSBA is making it more clear that special education students, families can not only file a UCP, Uniform Complaint Procedure, but they also can, they also have the right to file under a separate complaint scenario. It is a scenario that we give to our families at the beginning of every IEP meeting. And it is also outlined in this policy and AR. It is policy that we as a district are already following. I would note that there's part of it that is optional, and then there's part of it that is mandated. But just for good practice and trying to settle things and come to agreements, we do always offer a mediation in addition to the required resolution session.
Thanks. Comments or questions on this item? Let's see. Okay, so seeing none, we'll bring this back for second reading. And I think also we'll recommend that we consider it on consent. That brings us then to item 13.4, and this is where there is some language I know that we added, which concerns non-public, non-sectarian school placements for special education. Ms. Hanson.
So this is new policy, and it spells out the things that we are required to do as far as taking care of our students in NPS/A placements. And one of those is visiting the facilities ahead of time. And then following up on the student while they are there is another piece of that. We did do a clarifier in addition to the recommended language with which we are already, by the way, in compliance. And this was done by a certain lawyer we all know. And if you look on 615.2A at the bottom in green font, it will clarifies that in cases where the student's IEP team has determined that no appropriate public education alternative exists and that placement with the NPSA is appropriate for the student, that is when the district will pay the required fees. We won't just pay them before it is determined that there's no other good placement for that student. And then there on that same page, there is a paragraph that is crossed out, and someone asked me why that paragraph was crossed out, and it's because it is redundant. That is now made clear in 6159.1. So they took it out of 6159.2.
Any comments or questions on this policy? Seeing none. Okay, so we'll bring this back. Yeah, we'll bring this back at the next board meeting as well. And then this brings us to our last board policy, which is actually a bylaw update, which is 9321. And Ms. Leach, I actually have you listed as the contact on this one.
Would you like to take this one, sir, since it will be your last one and it's a bylaw related item?
Yeah, sure. It is a bylaw. Yeah, as you can see, this is another effort to basically consolidate two different provisions. We used to have 9321, which covered closed session, and it dealt with the front end of closed session, which was the purposes and agendas for closed session. And then 9321.1 governed actions and reports out of closed session. And again, this is largely because of the rationalization of the gamut system. And so essentially what we've done is we've taken the bits from 9321.1, which concerned actions and reports, and grafted them in at the appropriate places within 9321. So there's now going to be a single board bylaw that deals with purposes, agendas, actions, and reporting on closed session items. But there has been no substantive change here whatsoever. Now, you might consider bringing this back on for action next time, just because it might be a good primer for the new board to have a chance to review this as an action item to make sure. I'm sure they'll review it whether it's in closed session or not, but it's a useful way of reminding yourself of what the permissible purposes of closed session are. So I look to the sense of the board about whether this should come back on consent or whether you'd like to have this come back as an action item next time.
I think it's a worthy action item for the reasons you outlined.
Okay. All right. So be it. So that completes our discussion of the board policy matters that were handled in the most recent board policy committee meeting. That brings us to item 13.6, which is our update on distance learning and school operations. And let me just say the way that we, I think, have planned to hold this discussion, you'll see kind of two parts. Part A, and we spent a lot of time thinking about the titles. Part A is going to be an opportunity for the board to hear an update on, and this is largely based on the feedback we got from the board at our last meeting when people indicated what they wanted to hear about. So mostly what people wanted to hear about was what's going on now. And so Part A covers a lot of the current operations that are going on in our distance learning environment. And then Part B will be an update on our planning for expanded in-person instruction. And again, we've been graced by some really, really helpful and thoughtful background information that's been submitted by each of our sites on the following themes. Number one, cohorts and hubs, how they're going. Number two, social and emotional well-being of our students. Number three, attendance and engagement. Number four, staff efforts at outreach. Number five, internet and connectivity. And then kind of a bottom line, what is working well and what is not working, although I suspect if we go through a discussion of those first 6 items, we will have a pretty good sense of what is working and what is not working. So what I'd like to do is to go ahead and have a chance for the board if we can, to talk about each of those kind of subjects in turn. We won't have staff presentations. If we had each of the sites present, we'd be spending our whole evening listening to staff presentations. So we're hopeful that we've had a chance to review the materials, and we'll just jump in with topic number one, which is cohorts. And my plan would be at the end of our discussion of part A then to open things up for public comment. And again, members of the public might also have questions about how things are going. And then we turn to part B, and then we'd have a discussion of part B with a separate public comment on part B. So that's, it's not as complicated as it sounds. I think for right now, the first item that the sites rather presented on was cohorts. And what I'd like to do is to simply open it up to board colleagues to see whether there are comments, questions, reactions about the cohorts and how things are going at our sites so far. Trustee Dubois.
Probably won't be completely linear with my
okay.
comment or question. Is that okay? You guys are used to it. First of all, thank you, Carl Mott, for the tour today, and I'll be at Sequoia tomorrow. So it was really good to see what the schools look like, although very sad to have go into with so few cars and so few people and so few kids. Very sad. And I know everybody's had that same reaction. The question I have, Interim Superintendent Leach sent us the recent student panel, and I watched it today before the board meeting and found it to be very grounding and actually very uplifting. Although many of the kids who participated in that panel, I'm assuming, are doing really well. But I loved their comments, and really what they stressed is that they want to be back, and this is what I've been saying, they want to be back for the social stuff, right? And one of the ideas that came up was, why not have a club rush and just do that safely, right? So that kids can see the clubs, and that's a way of bringing kids back, almost in a very controlled way, so that kids could at least be on campus and see the clubs, and then maybe that would entice some kids to join a club. So that's not a cohort, but that's more exciting to me to do something like that as soon as we can. For me, it's the social emotional stuff. It's the sports. And that's what the kids said over and over again. The other thing that was interesting, when the kids were asked what they liked the most about distance learning, what was really working and what caused them to be most engaged, the answer was, it was when the teachers didn't start with school stuff, right? It's that other stuff. And I really believe it's that other stuff that causes kids to be engaged in academic. Our biggest issue is to have engaged kids and socially emotionally well kids. So my question, who do I ask this to? That was a great idea to do a club rush. Can we do something like that? That's the kind of cohort that would be most exciting to me. Ellen, who do I ask that to?
Well, why don't we, I mean, student services, maybe Ms. McAvoy, is that you, is that Jared? I mean, I will say the whole notion of the co-curricular cohorts, is actually that, right? Again, we only have a few of them underway, I think, right now. I think MA has, if I recall your data, I think you have about 4 or 5. For me, it's a trick. I'm kind of the same place that you are, Carrie. We don't call them we call them co-curricular, right? Because I guess it's sort of seen as like not cool if they're extracurricular, but the co-curricular cohorts are basically what you and I think of as extracurriculars, right? So I know MA has some of them underway, and I know that there are plans to bring them on at the other site. So I don't know, is that Crystal, is that you, or is that Bonnie or Jackie? Because it also involves Bonnie, because it involves, I don't know, what's the stuff?
Or is it a principal question? Because it's
I think there's a couple of levels of that, because it depends on the numbers of students that you were talking about bringing on campus at the same time.
Well, it would be spread out, right? You can't do it all at once, right?
Well,
but you could do it over a week thing, right?
That's what I'm saying, is that you'd have to be really, really careful about that, because you would have to limit the number of students. the amount of contact they have. And whenever you increase the number, so for example, if you were to have a student that would go meet with this club, meet with this club, meet with this club, now what you've done is you've, increased that exposure of that student to more students, and they're not in a closed or a bubble cohort. Right now we're in bubble cohorts, we're in purple, and even when we're in red, we would still be in probably bubble cohorts. So it would have to be, and our sites have done an amazing job at supporting our athletic conditioning cohorts, our co-curricular, extracurricular, whatever you want to call them, cohorts, and the cohorts that are academic support cohorts. And it's taken a lot of thought and a lot of concern at how to make sure you do that safely. But you're absolutely right. The more we can do that to bring kids back to interact and make sure that it's safe and that we're monitoring it, I think that is what we heard from the students. We didn't hear about academic courses. We heard about, I want to come back, I want to see my friends, but we have to be very careful about that. But our sites have done an amazing job at monitoring, at making sure that we are screening students and staff that are there. So it's something that we could look at, but it would take a lot of planning, but I think it might be worth it.
Ms. Raquel, do you want to talk about what's going on with the co-curricular cohorts that are underway at MA right now and what the plans are for January?
Yeah, so currently the ones we have underway are offering support for specialized programs like AVID and students who have IEPs. But we have a proposal to support students working on Edgenuity in person as well. Our co-curricular cohort, I guess I would describe that our leadership effort for our canned food drive, which is all drive-through safe. And the teacher even organized the students by who they've been hanging out with.
That's good.
So that they're not, right? It's all outdoors, it's all following that. But as you've probably saw in our report, scaling up is hard, right? And we do have a proposal for a ceramics and actually jazz band cohort. Which we're working on because of the instruments, right? And to the degree that the teacher went and mapped out what that would actually look like on the steps of our Performing Arts Center, right? With the plexiglass and the stands and the bell covers for the instruments, right? So all these things sound great. And yes, we want that. And we're also looking at a service learning cohort, which is you can come on campus and do beautification, right? Outdoors within a group. But, it's again, as we pointed out, some of the challenges is just the scaling up and then all the all the logistics. So if we have the bandwidth to do it and we have the people to do it, number one is to do it safely, right? Then we'll layer in as we can, should, we still be status quo with the situation. So, but right now, I think we have 7 co-curriculars that are more academic actual support, right? And then we're looking to add the co-curriculars that are activity-based.
Do other sites have underway, I don't think so based on what I reviewed, but plans going forward for more activity-based co-curricular cohorts in the new year? Diane, Ms. Burbank?
Yeah, the issue is that as long as we're committed to the stable or bubble cohorts, kids can't mix and they can only be in one bubble at a time. So that is going to be a tough sell for me to get my Pink Ribbon Club president to leave her current cohort of volleyball to participate in 1 day or 2 days of a club rush, when we can't even get the freshmen except for 12 at a time through, and we can't have them talking to each other, even socially distanced, even 6 feet apart. So those social settings are not allowed in the red or the purple tier with our current commitment to stable cohorts, because we just don't have the tracing. So if we had that, for instance, when my water polo cohorts were shut down because of exposure, likely everything would be shut down. So the only way we protect the nearly 500 who are on campus every week is keep them in stable cohorts. Otherwise, one exposure and everything shuts down for another 2 weeks and nobody gets anything. So that's the choice all sites have made.
And I will say that if I just do the math right, I don't think any site has more than, I mean, it looked to me like more than 100 students on campus in the support cohorts. I think MA, you had about 85, if I did the math right. That was, I think, the most. I was at Carlmont today, it was 60. I was at Sequoia earlier in the week, I think it was about the same. So if there are several hundred kids on campus every week, I mean, it suggests that you know, the lion's share of those kids are doing athletic training, that they're there for sports is probably what the bulk of the student presence on campus is right now. Is that right, principals? I'm seeing Diane nod. Yeah, Ralph, yes, okay. Trustee Nori.
Oh, I had a question related to academic cohorts. I was just curious to know, like, are they working? Like, I know we might have raw data, but like, are people seeming more engaged? And even then, is there opportunities for like tutoring? Because I feel like for some of these people, just sitting there and Zooming might not be the most help. And what they might need is like individual one-on-one attention and help.
I can speak to the individual help. I was in just passing by one of the cohorts we had today, and the individual help is not what you're used to seeing, where a teacher is standing over a student and like looking at their paper or like behind them. They're more than 6 feet away, and they're asking a question that could be heard from that distance. And so, yes, the individual help happens at more of a distance to keep people safe. So there is some individual help happening in our support cohorts on Wednesdays and the after school cohorts, but not like you're used to, because as a tutor, I can't go over, I'm a math teacher, so when I used to tutor math, I'd go over and I'd write the problem on your paper or write the problem next to you. So the proximity is somewhat of a challenge, but I do see the math teacher writing the problem on the whiteboard, you know, for students when they have individual questions when they're in those support cohorts. So that tutoring does happen in that aspect.
Trustee Sarver.
Yeah, the first thing I did want to talk to was the point that that Ms. Burbank then raised, that it is overlapping of bubble cohorts that is a huge logistical logjam currently, and we talked about it explicitly during my tour of Carlmont, but I saw that it's in effect at many sites. And it's really one of the great distinctions that makes bringing students on campus in a high school setting a completely different problem from bringing students on campus in an elementary setting. That really, if you think about trying to run a school day in any way that's similar to what we've known at the high school, our students will be going from one class with a bubble group to another class with a completely different bubble group to another class with a completely different bubble group. And I think one of the things that is inherent in the process of submitting and getting a plan approved by the county is that once it is approved, will free us to begin doing planning on what is the meaning of a stable cohort to us in the high school world as a different item from the elementary bubble cohort under which we've been operating. But I think also Ms. Burbank, immediately cuts straight to the challenge in that, is that as we get to an environment where we would have a bubble in one classroom that then dissolves and becomes a different bubble in another classroom, and then dissolves and becomes another, and we're keeping each of these classroom settings completely within the 4 pillars of guidance and safety, the overall impact is that every student is interacting at 1 or 2 levels of remove with every other student on the campus. And suddenly, a single infection becomes virtually untraceable and must be assumed to spread across the entire campus. And that is going to be something that we will have to be really looking at as we continue with our consult and continue developing the instructional model. Does that truly prevent us from retaining the academic delivery, the master schedule, the complete richness of curriculum that we are offering to our students now in distance learning? Or, do we have to end up making a choice of throwing out the entire master schedule and the concept of academic instruction being delivered by single subject experts, or completely throw out the cohort model and say our cohort is effectively that half or that third or that quarter or that percentage of the students that share the campus on a given day. And I raised that issue months ago with many of the medical experts that came to San Mateo County School Board Association meeting to talk about it. And they said that fundamentally at the high school level, yeah, the concept of the stable cohort is probably not something you can sustain. And that probably is part of the general guidance that would have to go by the wayside in trying to bring students back meaningfully to the campus. So, that is one of the kinds of things we're going to have to wrestle through to really, really be confident in how we go on. And as we've seen, as has already been discussed a bit, the students' clear indication that transformation of their academic experience is not the core need that they're looking for, but it is the social interactions, it is the co-curricular, the enrichment of the experience, the engagement around school that is what's missing. And so much it's really unleashing that we're looking for in bringing students back to campus. And I find it very hard to envision how we end up really transforming the academic delivery of instruction in the earlier stages of bringing students back to campus. And to me, I'm not going to use the phrase reopening our schools, because our schools are open. We are delivering academic instruction in a manner that we have worked very hard to mimic extraordinarily closely to the full master schedule under previous operations. We are bringing on these cohorts of athletic conditioning, these cohorts to support access for the students that are having the greatest issues, the cohorts to really bring extra support to the students that are at the greatest danger of failing their courses, to bring those that have special needs, and to bring the co-curriculars and other things. We're working through all of that. The schools are open and are continually incrementally opening more. But really what we're talking about is how do we begin making that large transition of substantial numbers of students on campus for a big chunk of the day going through different classes and getting the full school experience out of it. And I think I know in submitting our plan and looking for approval, we are looking for a certain amount of license to be granted us to be adjusting what cohorts mean in our operation. Can we talk a little bit and clarify that?
Sure.
Well, you're a little bit less linear than Trustee Dubois was tonight,
Yes.
Alan, because that was going to sort of be the Part B discussion.
Okay.
So I am hoping, I don't want to micromanage this too much,
Yeah.
right? But I am hoping that we are able to get a sense a little bit of a shared understanding and exchange views about what is going on currently. That will provide us maybe with the ability to do some diagnosis and understanding about things that we could do better, and that could inform our judgments. But so I'm hoping that we can hold, that's not, that is part of this item, but I'm hoping that we can really have a chance to talk right now about what the site shared with us about what is going on and what their experience has been. Again, because that was a comment that these were the things that board colleagues indicated at our last meeting they wanted to make sure that we had a chance to discuss. So let me,
Thank you for that.
if that's all right, let me see what trustee, I'll say one thing about that. Look, I don't know, yes, bubble cohorts present like real challenges with mixing and matching. On the other hand, like my guess is that no site, I may be wrong about this, but that no site has more than 25% of its students on campus, right? Which suggests that there's a lot of headroom for bringing kids who ain't in no bubbles whatsoever, right? Not the kids who are in too many bubbles, right? But to kind of act along the lines that Trustee Dubois has suggested, to figure out whether there are things that while we're still in this phase 2, where we're in bubble cohort mode, right? Is it possible to do more? I think this is an area where I have changed my thinking about this. My initial view was that what we really needed to be focusing on was to bring students back to campus because that was so essential for their learning. And I still think that, yeah, there are hugely important ways in which in-person learning is superior, even with all of the improvements that we've made in remote instruction to distance learning. But I have come to the view that it really is the fact that our students are fundamentally social beings, and that's what they are missing above all right now, is the chance to have social experiences. And it's more of the whole child than the curricular bit, which normally is, the soapbox on which I stand. But that I think right now it is the case that more work on opportunities for kids to come onto campus to interact with one another around things they're interested in. And so I do hope that we will be able to continue pushing out the co-curricular and the extracurricular kinds of activities. I heard Ralph Crane tell me that some of that was on deck at Carlmont for January, that there are going to be some new things lined up. I really hope that's where we can pursue our interests. And again, while we're in phase 2 and we're not really running our full curricular model, I think that the risk of contamination among different bubble cohorts is outweighed by the benefits of expanded offerings. Chris Thompson is next.
So Alan, I think I've reached the same conclusion as you about what's important, but I think for me, it's important to state my process for getting there was lots of affirmations of what's going on right now that creates effective teaching. And so I guess want to let the principals know that those reports you gave to us were incredibly effective or important, I think, in what they communicated to us. And then through visits to school sites, the opportunity to observe teaching in action and then listening to the student panel has provided great reassurance that effective teaching is going on. May not be universal, may not work for everybody, but there's a lot of very effective teaching going on. It's really, really impressive. The student panel, which had so much, I think the biggest sign that gave to me, Bonnie, in particular, was actually not its value to the board, but actually most of the questions I hope were useful to principals and IVPs and teachers. And so presumably that's going back to them. I think we do need to recognize in a really strong way that was a select cohort. The question that was asked of students that conveyed that to me was the question that talked about, did home responsibilities conflict with going to school? And I think there were only 2 students who addressed that, and none of them spoke to having that. I didn't hear anybody saying that's difficult, and yet I'm aware that that's the case. So I am interested in knowing how is it possible to expand co-curricular or activity-based cohorts? A specific question I think I'd ask to the group is, if we think of the incoming ninth grader who may not have natural social connections, is not participating in a sport, how are we helping him or her connect with students since they don't have the chance to do that? It may be difficult online.
Maybe that's a question for, I don't know if he's even in the Zoom tonight, but maybe that's a question for Principal Priest, since I know that during my visit to
Sequoia,
Sean expressed some concerns about ninth graders, but I don't think Sean's in the Zoom. So now I just,
Hey.
Oh, there he is.
You are there. But I presume that's the case of all of our schools, right?
I'm here and very happy to be here. I mean, we spoke about that this week. My concern is, and for me, it's the kid that I walk around at the beginning of the year, right? So in August, that first week, I'm out and about at lunch, and I'm keeping my eye out for especially that ninth grade kid who is by himself or by herself, by themselves, right? And I kind of keep an eye out for them over that course of that week, and then throughout the semester, inevitably I find them with a group. They find their people, right? That's the great thing about a big high school, is that you find your people. Oh my gosh, there's a bunch of people I didn't know them, but they like to play Magic the Gathering too. I'm in. This is my tribe, right? And that's who I worry about, right now, because I have no idea for the class of 2024 anyway, who those kids are and how they've been able to, fill that hole, right, in their life, how they've been, because as you go from 8th to 9th grade, it's a huge sea change in terms of development, right? You are becoming a young adult, and the great thing about it a lot of times is you get to sort of shed all the middle school nonsense that might even be your friends and their expectations of who you are versus who you really are, who you really want to be. If a high school can foster that, then we're doing our job. So I worry about that. I'm worried about kids, how to manufacture that. It's really hard because we're talking about authentic relationship building. So to contrive some sort of, day where we all get together and everybody make 2 friends, it's going to be really difficult. But I think as we do, understand more about how to create safe opportunities for kids to interact, that's what I'm really looking to do. And it's a big priority, particularly around 9th graders. I think we do have with all of our schools, there are enough really cool traditions and really cool things about our schools. I think there's some opportunity there as we start to think about second semester and sort of revisiting the idea of orientation, right? So in a lot of ways, we're going to be orienting a group of 9th graders next year. We've also still got to orient our current 9th graders to being students at Woodside, Sequoia, Carlmont, MA, EPAA, Tide. So there's maybe some opportunity to do some targeted community building and orientation this semester.
Maybe Ms. Rick Kennel on this, I think, and then Carrie, and then Ms. Dubois, Trustee Dubois has her hand back up, and then Trustee Jack.
Thank you. I'll lower my hand. Oh my God, Magic the Gathering. My son heard you and he perked up. He's one of those kids. I've been at those conventions where there's 300 people playing. So
I'm glad I didn't say anything.
And I say that with the best intention. He's a fabulous kid. So here, freshmen, we have actually, doesn't simulate in person, right? But we do have a freshman transition that meets through World Studies classes on the asynchronous Wednesday. And initially Zoom and virtual participation was really low. But then outreach really helped, and our teachers were fabulous in encouraging the students to sign on. And so they're assigned by periods. And so I happened to visit one and there were 95 students signed on. It's just different virtually, right? Not everyone has a camera on, not everybody, but they're participating in breakouts and talking about mental health and talking about things. But I so feel for them because even in that format, they have not come to the campus, right? They don't, they haven't had that experience going from class to class, seeing each other, meeting each other face to face. And I agree with Sean, a one-time let's get them together isn't going to sustain the friendships or replicate what they would do seeing each other more consistently, right? So maybe it's looking at how do we use vehicles we have to bring cohorts that come every 3 weeks. If we're still in this cohort model, or how do we how do we support something like that? So anyway, that's just my 2 cents, but those types of things are really hard to replicate virtually.
Carrie, a follow-up on this?
Yeah, 2 quick things. And again, that student's idea about the club rush, her idea was not just one time that more kids would join clubs, right? So they would find their small group. That was her idea. And so I just wanted to bring her voice to this discussion. So Alan, my next question, which is a real burning question, and I think a hard one, and I don't know whether that's for later or now. So I think parents aren't totally understanding how we're doing this based on the letters that we're getting, and we're getting many letters right now. And so what many parents are asking us, Hillview Middle School is back and kids have multiple classes. If they can do it, why can't we? And I don't know how to answer that question. And I think parents really want to know that. So how do I answer that question?
Well, is that a part B? I mean, I'm happy to, look, I don't want to overstructure this. If people want to talk about this now, I'm happy to do it. It just, I would turn to.
It's so important, I think.
Well, I think it is important, but I'd sort of like to just finish off with part A before we jump to that, because that does feel like the next discussion point.
All right, so that will obviously be, part B. So Trustee Jack, on this point.
So I had the opportunity to go to both Woodside and Sequoia, and I thank both principals for taking time out of their day. And my observation is it's just super different energy, right? And I didn't get a chance to go to the small schools and all of that, but the energy is really different, and it's even different not just between obviously normal, but between school sites. And so, what I had wanted to do, which I was able to do at Woodside, but I wasn't really able to do it at Sequoia, was talk to the kids who were there and hear directly from them about what they were thinking. At Woodside, I had the chance to hit, I guess it was a break point, right? Where's Diane? I see her there. And so we were up in the upper mini quad, whatever that is, a quad, to see the kids mingling around. There weren't many of them. There were not many, but the energy was different because it was about those kids being in an area where they could have a conversation, even if they were far apart. And we did talk to two freshmen. Yes, they were 2 freshmen from Kennedy who they were glad to be there. They were just so adorable in so many different ways. They were glad to be there. They didn't feel like they were at high school for all the reasons that we've just discussed, because there's just not a lot of people there. And they weren't really sure what was different. They talked about how Kennedy had treated the spring semester, and they were very, they spoke accolades of their principal, and Miss Burbank had to brag about how that principal was one of her students once. So that was kind of fun. But when we went to talk about guess what? When you go sit in the quad, and then we realized, oh my God, you don't even know what we're talking about to that point about traditions, right? They haven't had that chance to really be on campus in the way that you would be under normal circumstances, but they were happy to be there, even under these reduced circumstances. So I think that's, again, that points to the need just to sort of touch that physical place, to feel like things aren't completely off kilter, even if they are. There's just a little bit of normalcy when you walk onto a campus. I think that something I learned at Sequoia, which I hadn't thought about, was that when kids are there for support and or because they need connectivity, but then they have to be wearing masks and they're in a dark space, then they stand out in a way that you stand out if you're getting free lunch, right? And we're trying not to do that. So it does create, I think, for me, a conflict about how do you give kids the support they need in a place that gives them that online on-ramp without also in some way stigmatizing them, even if it's not a stigma. I think it's really, really a difficulty. I believe back in the spring, I did speak for the fact that I thought we needed to get more of the extras on campus because of the social needs of students. And I think that's what we're hearing, you know. And at that time when I brought it up, and I believe I made some suggestions about how to think about the academic piece of the house, people weren't ready for that discussion. And yet I'm starting to hear some of what I was saying then coming up now. And I think that's important. I'd like to think we'll get through this faster. And so we don't have, we don't have to plan years out for this. So I just don't know how much energy has to go into that. But when I think about those ninth graders and I think about the ninth grader in her room next door and she hasn't made friends, I think about what Carrie's saying. How can we replicate? How can we do some sort of even if it's a buddy group situation through the computer where there's direct outreach? Because when kids do get more direct outreach, then they are more likely to be participatory. So is there a way to do semi-structured outreach student to student in a way that brings in particularly the ninth grade students buddying up with those upperclassmen, whether it's around Magic, the card game, whether it's about Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which of course I would like to play. Yeah. Or, books or whatever. I just think that would be really, really good for them. Although I will stop with, I did step into Dr. Joshi's mental health seminar last night, and he said what I think we're all experiencing, which is there's a group of kids who this is just not bothering them one bit, and there's another group of kids that are really challenged in a lot of different ways. And actually one that Diana and I talked about was the kids who need to work. And we have not addressed the kids who need to work. And what can we do to support those kids who have to go out and get paid and still need to be doing school? So I hope we'll get to that, because that is the group I worry about.
Trustee Nori?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to quickly speak to what we're talking about how to get freshmen more involved and make friends. I think this is something that honestly private schools do a pretty good job of, because I have a friend who's a freshman at Nueva, and what they've been doing is they have an advisory group. Now, one thing that I've at least found from Zoom is that even if this does happen online, when there are 30 people on a Zoom call versus when there are only 10 people on a Zoom call, the level of participation is a lot different. So in these advisory groups, they might have 10 freshmen or 8 freshmen and 1 teacher. And when that happens, there's so few people that it's easier to make connections with other freshmen, even if it is only online. So what I was thinking is if we took something from their playbook and did something like that for all freshmen throughout the district, where we had maybe 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 freshmen and 1 teacher or 1 upperclassman in these Zoom groups, they might not even have to be in person. It might seriously allow people to meet other freshmen on a more personal level and get to know them better.
Trustee Nori, I should mention that at EPAA, we do have an advisory program, and it has helped tremendously. And we changed our schedule so that they could see each other every day for 80 minutes of those synchronous days. So for sure, it's the value of small space, emphasis on trust building, SEL time, and frankly, making sense of distance learning when you're just trying to understand high school. And I have to say, our freshmen have been among our most enthusiastic, our most heartwarming. They don't know any difference. So it's whatever we said, this is what we were going to do. They did it. Totally jumped in head, I guess you say head first. I don't know the expression in English. And it's been brilliant. So I can say, if you ever want to visit a freshman class, let me know. I'd love
staff will come forward and volunteer, period.
Chris Thompson to one. That was the you got to see the newcomers doing race and immigration even. So please, anytime. Or to advisory. Advisory is very, very lovely.
Excellent.
Well, let's go ahead,
Actually,
Chris.
before we leave cohorts, I don't think we've said much about the attrition in for the kids who are coming to school in the academic cohorts or who need the learning environment. It seems to me at schools I visited in the reports you've given to us, it's hard. We've had serious attrition among that group. And I want to recognize the schools that are putting together panels of teams to try and work on the attendance problem. But it is nonetheless, I think, a gaping hole for us. So some of it may be attributed to fall off after Thanksgiving, and so it might come back January 1st. But I think I'm concerned about that. I think we're all concerned about that attrition and should be part of our conversation.
Well, let's go ahead and jump there. I mean, that's one of the items on the list that we had. It's at number 3, if you look at, in the list of items under Part A is attendance and engagement. So we'll come back and pick up social and emotional well-being, but it just seems to me that that's a natural segue. We did, I think, we all heard it was. So first of all, thank you to the principals for inviting us. And I think it was really very, very helpful for us all to have a chance to see what was going on campus. And again, I think we showed up in a week where, rooms where there had been 10 students or 8 students, there were 3. And it seems like that was happening across all of the comprehensive sites, at least. I'm not sure that the same pattern is happening at the smaller schools quite as dramatically. So I was blown away in some ways, by the various kind of descriptions of the incredibly robust procedures and systems that are in place at our comprehensive sites to basically deal with this issue of engagement. I mean, it was really impressive, right? Meeting with teachers, gathering information on who's missing, then their calls. What was a little unclear to me were the following 2 things. Number 1, what explanations are we getting, to the extent we do make contact, for why students are not coming? And number 2, do we have any evidence that suggests that our engagement through these elaborate, or not elaborate, but these impressive procedures, makes a difference? In other words, when we contact those kids, when we identify those kids and we reach out and we contact them and we make a phone call or we send, a campus aide to their home, do they come back? So I don't know, I'll maybe look to Simone to start with that one, because you had the longest kind of elaboration in your report about the screening, the procedures that you use, and also identified the challenge of scaling them.
Sure, I'd be happy to. I want to give full credit to the detailed procedures in that report to my wonderful administrative vice principals. So I'm going to ask one of them to chime in. Nick and Emily are both here on the call.
And they said in advance, and they mentioned in advance that you're basically a figurehead, Simone, and they kind of do all of the work. So
it's been a team effort for sure, but those logistics, they have ironed them out to the T. So they get the credit.
So Nick or Emily, what do you want to go? What do you do? What do you learn when you talk to these kids or families? And does engaging make a difference?
That's a great question. I wish I had a more comprehensive answer to that question, because really it's hard to know. And part of that is because of the difficulty of tracking it. We've been using the intervention tab in Infinite Campus to more comprehensively capture the results of our intervention, or at least the details of our interventions, whether they're home visits or calls home, or even interactions we've had with students who are in our in-person cohorts. And I think one of the biggest challenges we've had is closing the loop, just perhaps because of the volume of data that we're constantly taking in. But so a lot of the data we have is right now sort of anecdotal, and I would love
assistance with that, with tracking the numbers of the kind that you mentioned, Alan, because I think that we'd all benefit from having a clearer picture of, you know, what happens when we, before and after we enter something into the intervention tab. I mean, we know that we have been sort of moving students up the tiers of intervention, and it's so we have a good sense just in outcomes of what happens when we continue to work on a student's case, and then get them into positions where they're receiving ever more intensive interventions. Tracking all of that is a challenge, of course, because we have so many people kind of in on working on students that it's sometimes hard to manage that. And I'm not sure that Infinite Campus is the best way to do that. So I would love to hear what the sites have been doing to kind of manage that process. But overall, I mean, I think that my colleagues would concur in the statement that, you know, that the outreach has been extensive, and but the volume of need is equally so. And you know, I think we're and I'll use the phrase that I think we've all uttered many times. It was sort of building the plane as we fly it when it comes to figuring out what systems work best. And you know, I think at this point it would be good for us to pause and kind of re-examine our best practices for second semester and make sure we get as much in place early as possible.
That's interesting.
Alan, I got something. You know, you're looking in terms of the process, similar to what Nick was saying. You know, we dial this thing down, and you get a list of kids, and it can vary from 150 to this week it's 300 on your engagement report. And so you go through the process, and Wendy and I on Fridays do home visits. And so we went to a house a couple weeks ago and just left a card because nobody was there. I'm like, well, you know, let's see what happens with that. In a week and a half, the kid was now attending an after-school cohort, right, getting some academic help. So anecdotal, you know, it'd be nice to have firm statistics, but I think things like that can make a difference. But the point being that we have the support mechanisms, right? We have the intervention counselor, we have the support services, all these levers that we can pull to help us. But we work as a team. So
can I just jump on that? The sheer volume that we've needed for home visits. I mean, we've developed a home visiting team. It's gotten to that level. And, you know, our home visiting team before was 2 people, and now it's up to 6. And we're looking to do even more because we're realizing that's really the only way that we can really connect with students that we haven't connected with or have really struggled with that piece. And we need all the help we can get in that way. Just completely, I will say it publicly, that is what we need the most help with, is that face-to-face. I'm going to go to your house and knock on your door, or your apartment, or wherever you live, your van, and we are going to figure this out together. There's no other way to do it. It has to be done that way. It's a relationship piece.
So Emily,
I'd
go ahead.
like to add that it's not just the traditional schools. Like the small schools are doing a lot of work. It's a little bit more concentrated. And I know that the masses go to the traditional schools, but we are all in this together. And we are all working hard to get our kids to come to school. And I know that we have a smaller number of kids, but Amika and Allison and I spend endless hours with our teams making this happen for our kids. So please don't forget us. We're a part of your team.
I can report out a bit on attendance as it relates to Carmont. So kind of to echo what has already been said, it's really quite difficult to determine, to pin down exactly what the reason why certain people aren't attending. I run what's called the attendance outreach team, and every week we run the numbers of the students that are missing between like 10 and 20 classes a week, which means basically the complete non-attenders. And our philosophy was to connect those individual students with a person to reach out and be their confidant, be their concerned aunt or uncle, if you will, and just make that connection. And the phone calls and the feedback that I've heard from our attendance outreach team when they're reaching out to these students are random reasons why they're not attending. Things like, displaced families. So we have some families that are living out of an apartment and they're just not going to make the effort to come to school. Mental health issues. So we have some students that are dealing with family members who are dying and they just can't focus on school right now, and that's just what their story is. We have family members whose parents are super concerned about COVID transmission and a student going to school and then coming home and bringing COVID related symptoms to the home. And so not wanting that student to go to school. We've got a lot of kids who have low academic self-esteem, and they just don't feel really good about being students. And when they're forced to have to do it at home, they're just not going to do it. The accountability piece, parents aren't there to manage the students, and the students are kind of working independently. They're at home and they have their routines at home. They don't get out of their bedroom, and they're finding it really hard to motivate because they're not going anywhere. Those are some of the issues that I hear. When our attendance outreach team is reaching out to our most our least attending students. When we've done personal invites, because those students all have had personal invites to cohorts. Many of them will come once or twice and then lose momentum, and we try to get them back, and then they start avoiding our calls, and it becomes kind of a dog chasing its tail routine. So it's been, we've like what MA was talking about, and Emily, about home visits and having a team. We have an incredibly wonderful SRO who has made many home visits and used a supportive tactic, like, hey, the school wants to get in touch with you and hold meetings to discuss what your concerns are and try to resolve those attendance related concerns. So we have done quite a bit of outreach to try to connect families, it's really quite tough, right? Because the feeling of success isn't necessarily there. It feels like, we're kind of holding back the levee as it's bursting water holes in different areas. And so it's hard to, inspire students to want to continue. And that's been, but it hasn't been one, to your point, Alan, it hasn't been one specific area that you can pinpoint and say, okay, if we improve this, we're going to be good, right? It's kind of like we got a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit everywhere. And so that's what we're experiencing on our end.
I heard one of the themes that came up, is how, Chuck and talking about the length of the list, of the engagement list, and certainly the sense of difficulty scaling came through from MA. I mean, is this the kind of thing, we're not going to be doing this forever, right? And I wonder whether or not this is the kind of thing where we could engage people. And I don't know if site reps think it would work because the relationships are so important, but whether it's the kind of thing where we could engage people on just like a short-term contract, right? Without hiring somebody, one-time expenditures to kind of beef up the staff of, people who are basically outgoing and trying to do those site visits, right? As opposed to having a very, y'all are fully engaged, doing your teaching, and does that make sense to just hire short-term people? I don't know who they would be, maybe former students from the schools who are in the area and are unemployed, because I know that's another phenomenon that's going on. But is that something that would work, or does it have to be like somebody who's like a current insider who would really be able to
Alan,
do this?
I do have mixed feelings on that. While it would be helpful logistically, I think one of the things that really benefits when we show up is they know who we are.
Yeah.
Right. So, yes and no. That's fine.
Carrie.
Yeah, so that comment reminded me of something. I was invited to a meeting this week, and I asked, why we don't have more social workers. And the answer I got back was, we have made the decision as a district to have community partnerships, which I love, and I do not want to eliminate any of our community partnerships, right? Boys and Girls Club, Live in Peace, Acknowledge Alliance, Star Vista, those are all critical, and I wouldn't want to take any of them away. But when I brought that up, I got two different opinions. One person said kind of no, but another person said we could use that kind of help. So I wanted to ask you guys about social workers, because there are other districts that have community partnerships as well as they beef up social workers, and then they can help with the home visits. They can help connect families to county programs. And I know that some of our assistant principals, at least, I've witnessed that they're sort of acting like social workers, trying to help families. So could we revisit that at all?
Oh, can I make a comment on that? Sorry, this is Grace.
Sure, yes.
Thank you. So Carrie, I appreciate that comment. However, what I have learned through the relationships while we were in person is that the staffing is dwindling down of social workers, and the workload continues to pile up. And so there is a lot of hit and miss with their current assignments and with the added work that is handed to them. I can't imagine what they would say if we add something else to that, right? Because at this point, the visits that they were doing at the schools just to try to stay on top.
No, this would be different. Sorry, Grace, this would be different. This would be hiring our own social workers. It's not using and sorry, that is confusing, right? It's not using the county people, who I agree are totally overwhelmed. What some schools do is, and we have done that at times, right? Some school districts hire their own social workers to serve a single site. Like I would,
Can I, Carrie,
yeah.
Are you talking about the position that we used to have in the district of employed, the attendance community liaison?
No.
Because we used to have a position like that. And, actually, I think he's in the attendee list. Sokope Tagalala was our attendance community outreach person, and they would do home visits. They would connect with families, and they would also, connect with resources. And when we had that position, it was highly effective doing home visits,
okay,
connecting with families. When students were not attending, when we needed to talk to families, we could connect. We would send out, the community liaison. And is that what you're referring to?
That's what I'm talking about. And, and I heard about this at my SARB meeting that I go to, a district in the East Bay. They have 12 social workers. How many do we have? And they still have the community partnership. So I don't think it's either or. Do we have any social workers right now?
Not classified as a social worker, and that community liaison position was effective when we had it. So, and that's something that was several years ago since we've had that position.
I mean, that might help with the overwhelming load that you guys are dealing with, right?
At MA, we have one, but as you heard from Emily, the need that we have for the outreach is that much more, right? And so to reach the students, we need connection, communication, and we need them in front of us, right? Especially the ones who for the whole first semester haven't logged on. And the reason is the parent has actually told our staff, right? Distance learning is not his or her thing or their thing, right? And so we got to figure that out. And I think we put that in our reflection, like, what are we going to do with the students, right? We've got to figure out how, come second semester, we get them connected. And I wanted to add one more thing about the cohorts. I gave 2 tours yesterday to board members, and we did one earlier in the morning. And I am happy to report that by the time I did the second one, the attendance had doubled in our first cohort. So I do want to also point out that our staff does a fabulous job calling students also in the morning, saying, hey, we're missing you. Where are you? Right? And so we'll take the students at any time of the day that they come. So I did want to just add that piece there as well.
Chris, you have your hand up as well, Trustee Thompson.
I do. So I'd like to broaden Carrie's question, not a matter of hiring social workers, but instead focus on where are the resource constraints, and where do we lack expertise? Where do we lack money in particular? And it's a little difficult for a fiscal conservative to ask this, but in a district that has received some federal money to support COVID-related work, but also might appropriately draw on more resources to fund things if they can be used effectively. In the reports you gave to us, the principals gave to us, I didn't see things linked to solutions that you might be able to address through better funding. And I guess I'd be interested in that. Also solutions that or challenges that might be addressed by district level support rather than trying to manage it yourself at the school.
So that's
we're not resource constrained.
If that's a question about funding and resources, I think funding personnel, getting people to be in these cohorts and supporting cohorts and being present for some more cohorts, because the cohorts have to be so small, we end up having to, more staff are needed to have supervision for these cohorts and support students on a regular basis. So that's one.
We put a question about a possible mobile van to provide tech support, right? So that they're not always having to come to the school for that, but that if there was some type of mobile system to provide that might be helpful as well.
Carrie? Yeah, I mean, I just think that we should be thinking in these, I think, look, sometimes resources don't solve your problems, right? You have to have, the right resources. And I think, Chuck points out, like, a stranger showing up at your door may not be the kind of thing that induces a kid, who's not coming to school to come to school. So I don't know what the solution is. I also think that, we probably want to avoid long-term, personnel obligations for what is a transient period. But I do think we should be, really thinking like, this is the time, again, I'm also like Chris, I like the idea that we've been in a fiscally stable, position, but, you have reserves for a rainy day and it's raining, right? It's deluging out there, right? And this would be a time to say, like, we want to basically spend some of this money, again, on short-term interventions to try to address what are, we think short-term issues like attendance. Now, I don't want to purport to say that I know what they are, but a mobile van, one of the questions I was going to ask is, are we still having the problems where teachers are spending their days doing tech support? I still remember Jenna Carson's account of summer school, where she's basically like the incompetent IT person for the day, like trying to fix everybody's, connectivity issues, right? So, that's not only for the attendance of the kids in our cohorts, that's something for all of our students, right? You don't necessarily have to say we're going to buy a van and put a Sequoia logo on it and make it part of the permanent, fleet of vehicles and buy, a permanent tech support. But again, I think this is the way that we should be thinking about, like, what are the acute needs presented by these circumstances that could be addressed somehow with resources. And again, I don't know whether it's a social worker, well, I don't know whether it's a van, I don't know whether it's, hiring recent grads from Woodside to show up at people's door to say, like, yo, you got to come to school, brah, or, whatever it would be. But I think you should, because the people in these two rectangles, on my screen before me, right, principals and vice principals, district leaders are the ones who are in the best position to think about what kinds of solutions those might be.
Another solution, and I don't know how this would work, but because we can have up to 4 adults in a cohort, one of the things we thought about, just given that they're access cohorts, there's little interaction, right? And that's by nature of how they were designed, right, for access. And I think for some students, that's like, okay, well, I'm just coming to access my classes, but what they really need is the academic help, right? They need that, they need the tutoring, they need the help. Even as they're accessing. So what are solutions we can really think about that are safe, right? Have to be safe, to be able to provide that in addition to, and I think we tried to capture this, right, in our report, that's a struggle too. How do we build that community even in these access cohorts?
Yeah.
So it's because you're already behind a plexiglass, you're already distant from people, right? And I don't think everyone fully understands that's the experience. Those are the health guidelines that drive the experience, right? And so when you actually see it and you see the kids living it, it's not business as usual. It's not school as usual, right? And so I think that's something we're grappling with too. We're glad we have them, but how do we keep them and what do we do to make it like, I really feel like besides access and getting to Zoom into my classes, I'm getting the support I need.
Yeah, if I could, so to follow up on that, having instructional associates to specifically serve the cohorts would be very helpful to help provide that kind of personalization. It would also be very helpful if we brought the district's resources to bear on recruitment of potential cohort hosts. Having a place on campus, having a cohort on campus won't address all the needs of the students not connecting, but it really does help to have at least the option to bring students on, especially working in concert with the folks on staff, counselors especially, who can leverage their relationships to get the students to campus and keep them there. But we have to have space. We have to have a cohort in which to place students. And we found that staffing, not surprisingly, matters quite a bit in terms of the quality of the experience for kids. We have some cohorts that have just a very different vibe. The ones that are functioning best are ones that are very actively facilitated by the supervising person. And it's sort of happened by accident, really. We have, for example, one parent who is subbing in one of our cohorts who has taken a great deal of ownership over the process right from the very beginning, and that has led to a really positive experience for many of those kids. It's hard to guarantee that, but we have her because we recruited and got the word out there, and Katrina Grant has been very helpful, kind of steering candidates our way. But more of that would really be helpful to get some folks in to help expand the operation.
I want to second Nick's comment because it was a game changer to have 2 adults per cohort, because you have to remember that those are 12 different students in 12 different classrooms. Maybe if you're lucky, some of them are clustered. And to have an adult who's both sort of supervising the safety and the general nature, but then to have that opportunity. And in our case, I want a big shout out to BGCP because they're allowing us to do this work, because they are the additional support in the room in one cohort and the beginning of another cohort. And like Nick, we have a parent who volunteers with another cohort. And then we use some of our COVID funds to hire an IA. The hiring of an IA is I do think very cost efficient because they are very affordable, which is, I feel bad saying, because I don't think they should be so affordable. I feel very weird saying that, but I just, for practical purposes, can say that's the reality, that it has been phenomenally effective to have 2 adults in the room to truly pull out kids one at a time to ensure that they're actually engaging, as opposed to sitting in front of the camera and not actually learning necessarily.
And I would echo that, Carmont, too. I mean, it's been really difficult to find the adults to staff. I mean, we only had a handful of teachers that offered. One of our cohorts that meets 5 days a week, the connectivity and the emotional needs cohort is basically supervised by, at this point in time, 6 different adults at different times because schedules would be that way. So our treasurer sits in on there, one of our secretaries sits in on there for a couple of hours, our campus security sits in on there for a couple hours, and I sit on there for an hour as well. So we're trying to foster an environment for some of these cohorts to exist. And, having two adults would be fantastic, if they were able to cover, but it's really hard to find an adult that's going to supervise that and do the job effectively. We just actually had to close our English learner cohort because we're in the purple, and a bunch of the families were getting really scared and didn't feel great about coming onto campus. And so our EL cohort, this Friday said, last Friday said, we're not comfortable coming on. And the kids said, we would much rather stay at home. So, those are some of the challenges that we had. And in saying the EL cohort wanting to not come on, also, I would second that our bilingual instructional associate who was leading that cohort also felt a little uncomfortable about that. And so we collapsed that cohort because of those concerns. So to the point that it's been made, it's so challenging to get adults to supervise the cohorts. Yes, when adults are interactive, they're much more effective, but you're asking adults sometimes to put themselves in situations that they're not always comfortable with. And if they're not comfortable with it, it's not our position to push that and to expect them to be comfortable with it. So there's a lot of variables. And like we were talking about today, Carrie, there's just a lot of different pieces to the puzzle, and it's not a simple answer. And that's an experience that we're having that I wanted to share.
Trustee Sarver? You're still muted, Alan.
Sorry about that. So our teachers fundamentally are not candidates for leading cohorts because they are consumed with teaching at these same times. And so instructional aides and other outside resources, really are the place to turn. I would go with what Alan was saying earlier, that I think this is a place where we have a temporary situation that we want to address with temporary resources, and not be looking at some kind of a vast long-term hiring for roles that are going to be hard to really sustain in future years. But this is an area where one would hope the large number of community members who have been saying, how can I help get more students on campus, would be great candidates to step forward and really make a difference in helping build up this pool. I would hope that we really can look at allocating temporary resource funds, whether it's digging into reserves or going into cares or going into what might emerge from heroes or whatever, to say, yeah, let's really address the resources that are necessary to get more cohorts to become possible and to make each cohort richer. I do think that more than one adult in the room with a cohort is a very sensible suggestion to be looking at. But I think this is a really important identified resource that's a big chunk of how to take steps forward in this area.
Carrie, did you have an additional comment on
Yeah,
this?
so I just, again, to follow up on what Alan was saying, so this is an urgent need. We can't wait because we have kids that are not in school. So can we authorize the fund? I mean, how do we do this quickly? We can't really wait until next semester to make this happen. Can we do something tonight? Or how do we do this?
I mean, it seems to me that staff would come forward and say, like, this is what we want to do. And I think it's not clear to me that I think there's some additional conversations and discussions that need to be happening at the staff. I don't know that we just say, go, I mean, I think you need a recommendation from staff, don't you, about what they want resources for?
Can I say that, Nick?
I mean, if somebody were to, I mean, if we were contracting with somebody, it would come to us as a contract for us to approve.
Well, sometimes board could just give direction. If the superintendent buys in, we can give direction that we want this to happen sooner rather than later, right?
All I'm saying is, I think you're getting a sense of that, but what I would say, Carrie, is I don't know what this is. What we want this
more
to happen.
Funding. We want more funding.
No, more funding, because you wouldn't say, like, I'm going to put a pile of cash in the middle of the street. In other words, you would have to figure out what is the funding for. And I think that's what hasn't really, I mean, I think you can say, like, we would be very supportive of the district developing proposals or identifying things that it can do, right? And the board is supportive of the idea of funding things that are identified.
Crystal has her hand up. Crystal, how do we do this? Because I don't want it to be June.
I don't know where my blue hand is. My apologies. So it's twofold, and there's not a quick answer. Hiring people takes time. As a public employee, even if we had a line about the door, you have to be fingerprinted, you have to be TB tested. There is that process to do that. It takes a good couple weeks if it's done quickly. The sites have been given allocation, flexible funding. We have been increasing hours as well. The cohorts pose a different set of challenges because all of our employees are working, right? And so we need additional employees. I mean, as we scale up into phase 3 and into phase 4, and we need to step up our contact tracing, we have had positions flown. They're open on EdJoin, and we are getting no bites of that apple. And so it is more than just funding. It's a matter of, like, the suggestion that was said, like, do we know people who are out of work that could pick up a couple of hours? And then also, in addition to that, it's potentially, depending on what they're doing, at the site's discretion, would they want to shift, as Chuck said, the relationships are super important. So if you were to hire an IA or a college student, would you put them in a cohort that's connectivity based, where you just need some basic supervision? And kind of circling back to the social worker aspect that you said, I mean, again, the amount of time that it's all kind of funneling right now, right? And going back to the purple slowed things down, unfortunately. We do have funds that we could hire temporary work for. I see more of the challenge is finding the people. I mean, all of our community resources and partnerships are stretched. Everybody is stretched, right? And we've even been advocating, I feel like we have a safer environment to work than possibly some of the other essential workers maybe at our grocery stores, and really trying to recruit people in. But we just not successful because we're not trying, but it is just proven to be another difficult challenge as part of the pandemic is hiring people.
I guess I'd put the issue a little differently, because when I think when you start to talk about specifics, the challenges may come up in addressing those. It seems reasonable that the board would ask the superintendent to put together a prioritized list of investments we would make to address short-term COVID-related issues. I wouldn't put any definition from the board perspective on what that might be, but instead I think that has to bubble up from the principals. And so how quickly, Crystal, could you put that list together for us? And then you would be doing the sorting out of, well, what can we not actually hire, so that doesn't make sense. The expertise is not there. What might take too long, but instead would give us, what are the best opportunities that we may be able to act on over the next 3 months.
All right, so here's how I would suggest we proceed. I have a couple of people who have their hands up who have not been heard. So I'd like to hear from Diana Wilmot and then Kristen Stout next. And then I'd like to wrap up our discussion on this and move on to talk a little bit about social emotional, but maybe try to see if we can give some direction at the end of this part of the conversation. So Diana?
Thanks, Alan, and congratulations to you and Georgia on your moonrise, as you say. It's been great getting to know you both. I just wanted to comment on that next week we'll be doing a deeper dive into the absence rate of our students who were in the academic bubble cohort. And I just wanted to at least celebrate the small victories that we have so far for the kids that we have seen joining us, 256 kids who have joined into the academic bubble cohort so far over the last October, November, December. And there has been an improvement in their absence rate. Georgia, you'll be happy to know it has dropped under 10%. It started above 10% for the students who were there, and it has dropped 2.8% absence rate since joining the bubble cohort. So that's just a quick snapshot of what we'll talk about a little bit more next week, but I'm seeing some promising results just in light of what we're doing already, and I'm sure more can be done, but I just wanted to share that.
Thanks. And now Ms. Stout, Kristen?
Thanks. I was just thinking about what great instruction our teachers have been offering online. And I think it's important to remember that they've been working really, really hard to engage students. One of the ideas, and I do echo this idea of putting together some priorities, but thinking about support for students, we have many, many students who are engaging online. And I think as you saw from Dr. Wilmot's data earlier, that attendance and grades are not correlating, right, as well as they have in the past. So I'm wondering, one of the resources that might be really helpful is to get more, be they college students or other people out there who can do more one-on-one small group tutoring for our students. I think the more resources we could put towards that, the more it would help more of our students to pass. So and I think it'd be great. I'd love to spend some time thinking about some resources and priorities for that group of students as well.
Yeah, I'll just say, he was last seen when Ms. Rick Kennel was suspending him, but a son of mine who graduated from MA is down in LA, deservedly, rightly so, for the record. Is down in LA and he's radically underemployed. And so what is he doing? Like, he's doing the things that a lot of college graduates are doing. He's like working for one of these tutoring companies, right? And he's tutoring kids who are not in school, right? And who are, having all the kinds of issues that are those, so I think it seems to me that there is a direction from the board. It seems to me, and I'll watch to see if I have accurately captured this, but the sense of the direction from the board is that we would like to see staff to develop a list of priority needs that could be addressed, again, on the understanding that it would be on a short-term way, to try to address these problems of, number one, engagement, and maybe number two, performance, even for kids, attendance, engagement, and performance for kids, who are attending. And again, I think we'll look to the people in this physical room here, and I'm gesturing at the interim superintendent, and then the other people in this virtual room to kind of develop some suggestions about what that might be. But it seems to me that the board is interested in investing in this. All right, let's spend a few minutes, if you don't mind. I am mindful of the time, and we do have still a number of some things to cover on the agenda. Let's just spend a few minutes, if you don't mind, talking about the social and emotional well-being of our students. I mean, it's been implicit in some of what we've heard. I guess based on my reading, one of the impressions that I came away with is that we don't really actually have a very systematic understanding of the social and emotional well-being of our students, right? Because we're hearing things anecdotally, but we're not having the same kind of interaction with them. And so we don't know as much about how our students are doing. I don't know if that's right. I'd be interested in comments about that. And then the other thing I'd like to ask about is, we focus about, one of the things that came through, we heard, at least from a number of students and a number of parents, is not only are students struggling with the social and emotional challenges of COVID and, disengagement, but some kids are overwhelmed. That we've heard that there's too much work, right? That kids are on Zooms like for 6 hours and it's incessant, and then they have to do their homework online. And so part of what I was wondering is, for the kids who are engaged, Kristen, for the kids who are succeeding, by the measure of like they're showing up and they're engaging their classes, are we good at calibrating how much work they're being expected to do? Is it possible that we're overloading our kids? I'd be interested in thoughts about that. And then, certainly any other thoughts that or questions that other board colleagues have about social and emotional well-being of our students. Kristen, I put you on the spot. I don't know if you want to take a stab at that question.
Yes, I'd be happy to. And I have my focus group of one in my own household and friends, to see. I think there's a range. And again, I think just like we see a large comprehensive or a small school is the right fit for certain kids, I think some kids are thriving and doing really well without distractions, right? The ability to spend more time on their work. And for others, they really need that teacher in each class coming over every 5 minutes and pointing to the paper, right? And saying, turn this in at the end of class. And so we're just seeing it's really not working as well for those students. So it's hard to say. I think it's a complex answer. I think there's a range. I think for some kids, they're doing great. They're getting it all done. They're figuring it out. And for others, just the system itself is difficult, I would say, as much as the amount of assignments. For some, it feels like independent study in a way that's just not appropriate for their learning style, right? Like you're doing these assignments in class and out of class and on Wednesday, and it just feels like a whole list of assignments you've got to get through on your own. Even though we have teachers and office hours and aides, and teachers are putting in an amazing amount of time to help students, I think, making themselves available and checking in. And so it's no fault of teachers at all. I think we're just seeing that for some kids, this system is really, really difficult.
Carrie, and then Ms. Salvatore. You're still on mute, Carrie.
I didn't mean to have my hand.
It's just a leftover hand. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Ms. Salvatore. Edith?
Yeah, I wasn't sure when to bring this up, but I think I was thinking of something when Crystal was speaking earlier about moving from 5-year projections to 10-year projections. And I think, a lot of the issues we're talking about there is no spring semester solution for them, but we need to be thinking more in terms of a 2, 3, 4-year plan for what we do, right? My students are doing incredible work to stay on top of what we're learning. We're about 3.5 weeks behind where we were at this point last year, and we're doing as much as we possibly can. And so we're going to end the year not having learned as much as we would have in a regular year. And I hear that from parents, from community members, in the newspaper about our students falling behind. And I always ask myself, falling behind what? Yes, they're falling behind the cohort of students last year or the year before. Maybe they're falling behind maybe our goals for where they would be. But what that means is if Spanish 1 for me this year can't be what it has been the last 4 years, then Spanish 2 next year can't be what it was for the last 4 years. And Spanish 3, the 3rd year out, is also going to have to change. We're going to have to keep building in for that, I hate the term learning loss, because these students haven't lost anything. They've learned an incredible amount, just maybe 3 weeks less than they would have learned last year. And so I think it's another way that we want to think, yes, maybe it'd be great to have a lot of short-term hires to get more kids into cohorts and more kids into supervision. Maybe it also would be a great idea to look at funding for increased co-teaching and instructional aides to be available over the next many years to provide more support for in-depth when we are back in person and having two bodies in that classroom where students are having to make up more ground. So I think it's both the immediacy and a sort of longer term look.
Thanks. Mr. Crane. Ralph?
Yeah, thank you. Edith is right on. I think I don't like using the term learning loss either. It's more a recalibration of vertical alignment is something that I think we could start to use. And how do we recalibrate what our vertical alignment looks like, and how do we use our resources to make sure we can do that successfully? I also want to say that Kristen hit it right on too, as far as there are different levels of students and they're handling it differently. So I was talking to an AP teacher today, and one of the concerns is the AP program has not scaled back what their expectations are of students. So whatever the AP curriculum is of years past is what's being communicated as what the expectation is for the AP test at the end of the year. And so, when you have AP teachers that are looking at how do we get all this content to students, they're not necessarily wanting to give all this work to students, but they're feeling they're going to shortchange students if they don't expose them to and give this curriculum to the students that will be on the test. So I think that's an area that you see some students are feeling there's a lot of work. Some students are saying, yeah, we know what we signed up for. It's a lot of work and we're doing it, but it doesn't leave room for anything else. So I think that's something else to take into consideration too. When you're hearing it's just too much work, where in the spectrum of a student are they as far as when they're saying it's too much work?
I mean, that's a question in some ways that raises a broader concern that I had. I think in some ways when we think about the social and emotional challenges that students are having, and maybe the first move is we think about the kids who are disengaged and not showing up. And my guess is that, in fact, students in this incredibly stressful time that we're all living through, that we see, an increase in mental health challenges for students really across the spectrum, right? And I don't know if we have any way of, and I'm looking at Diana, your screen has gone black for me, Diana, but I don't know whether we have any way to correlate whatever data we know about, who's engaging mental health services, for instance, and, how those, other indicia of those students' kind of connection to the district. But, I was struck by the slide. I think it was in one of the slides I read. I don't know if it was in MA's presentation, that a lot of students are accessing mental health outside of the, they're accessing mental health services, just outside of our facilities, right? So those are probably not the kids who have zero attendance and who you're going to do house visits to their door to try to get them to come to your connectivity cohort, right? It's a different profile of student, right? Which is why I began with kind of the assumption that we may not really know very much about what the nature of the social and emotional challenges that kids are facing, because I think probably many of them we're not seeing them because we're not engaging with them on a one-on-one basis, or they're addressing them elsewhere. But I don't know whether there is anything to be learned about we did this when I was on the mental health task force, as we try to look at some data that correlated people who are coming in to access our various services and other things that we knew about them, either their attendance rates or their discipline rates or their grades. And I don't know whether there's anything that we can do that might be interesting. Other comments or questions on this issue of social and emotional well-being? I'm surprised, Carrie, that I haven't seen you raise. Oh, Georgia.
Oh.
I'm going to call on Georgia next,
Okay.
who is using her manual hand.
All right.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about something that Principal Ogden said, and I don't think we've really talked about the social emotional needs of the students who are on her campus in particular. And I believe she highlighted some of that in her report. So I'd be curious to hear from you, Stephanie, about your thoughts on the needs you're seeing and remediations that you think could be helpful.
Thanks, Georgia. I think that that we have a really wide spectrum, just like everyone else. I think what Greg said was really true. We've had less people coming because they're afraid of the purple. So less people are coming on campus. We have kids that are not returning phone calls, which is really hard for us. We have an extensive outreach team. We have a support, tracker that we document every, attempt we make for students, and every student has at least 5 attempts a week by somebody other than their teachers. So I think what would really help us, because we're really a lot smaller and have smaller staff, I would love somebody that could help us do home visits. And also I would love IAs, because they actually help in the classroom a lot, because our kids need a lot on one-on-one. And so if we had some more aides, and I mean, this is big thinking, where we do have our special ed aide working, it's been really effective because she can also do that direct, interaction with kids. So if there were $1 million that could come to us, I would definitely spend it on that. Burton, you also, Burton's a big player in this. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'll add on 2 things. I think on the piece regarding therapy and counseling, we've been having conversations with our partners over at Knowledge Alliance, and a lot of the students who we refer for Knowledge Alliance services tend to be students who aren't currently engaging with academics as well. And they're having very similar challenges as we are as educators, and trying to engage those students and having them come to sessions and take advantage of the opportunity for whatever reason, right? They'll make outreach attempts over a number of weeks, and then at some point have to leave it so they can focus on other students and say, hey, here's my number. You can always reach out to me. But those students sometimes aren't taking advantage of the opportunity. And it's just, that's something that we're seeing in our intervention team as well. We're doing a lot of outreach and we're trying to reach students, but the students who pick up the phone are the ones who are not the same students as the ones on our intervention list. So that's a challenge as well on the mental health piece. And the second thing I'll say is being a small school, I want to echo what Stephanie's point. Being a small school in general, in a regular year, a lot of our staff wears many different hats, right? We don't have a treasurer. We don't, we have to pitch in wherever we can. And in a time like this, it's even more so. Our campus aide is making calls. Our campus aide is doing a support hub, and so is our attendance liaison. So having somebody dedicated who can help us with that piece would be really great.
So here's what I suggest. I am mindful of the time, and I know there's a part B to this. So I'd like to kind of now start focusing on winding up our discussion of part A. Couple of hands are raised, so let's go through this, and then let's sort of figure out whether there are any final issues that we want to discuss in kind of the part A part. So I have Carrie and Sean and Greg and Ralph. So Carrie?
And maybe this is a conversation for another night, but I was kind of surprised that we are putting together a social emotional task force. And so I'd love to get more information on that. And a question I have, since I'm just back from CSBA conference, when we have task forces, when can board members participate? Do they always participate? Do they sometimes participate? I'm a little confused about that as well, and if board members do participate, how we decide on that. We can answer these questions offline or on another night.
Okay.
And I'm just curious how all this fits together, right? The mental health world. And I also really would like an update on MTSS. I don't know as a board member where we are with that and how that fits in with social emotional learning.
I do think that that's a great issue for a new board to kind of take up. Gary, and you only have a week until the first meeting, and as you want to discuss your protocols and arrangements for, things like participation in task force, and certainly, agenda setting for future agendas, will be an important. I mean, we can talk about it when we get to that part of the evening tonight, but it'll be a future president and vice president who will do those meetings. So next I see Mr. Priest and then Mr. Crame.
Thank you, President Weiner. Just with regards to the conversation about social and emotional, and I really prefer the term wellness, because we're, I think, talking about more than just kind of the, acute mental health or even proactive mental health plans. I think we need to think, just kind of going back to the themes that were raised by Edith and Ralph, looking at this long term, looking at some things we can start doing this upcoming semester. If you look at the Maslow's hierarchy here, there are areas where every one of our students is lacking, right? So there's issues about status that are missing for kids, recognition, just being absent from their friends, all the way down to lots of families in food crisis. I don't know what it's like this week, but I know that a week ago, driving around in San Francisco and in Redwood City, we're talking 6-7 blocks of people waiting to get food in the middle of the week. There's a serious food insecurity issue, housing insecurity issue out there that's affecting these areas. And as you think about the way these issues impact your life, and your life is like a vessel, and this is a gas, right, where you're missing, and it fills the vessel completely. So when we think about the work we can do this upcoming semester with perhaps reaching our kids, providing some purpose, providing some real caring, supportive messages to kids and families, and then thinking about what kinds of supports we're going to put in place when we do come back to school. Developmentally, there's a strong sense that our rising 10th graders next year are going to be in a lot of ways a year behind in terms of maturity and interaction. And that's going to look different for every kid, because every kid's arriving with a different set of circumstances, but very, very much something that we as a district, I think are going to need to think about, and that we're already thinking about. So just want to highlight that need runs all up and down the hierarchy.
Mr. Crane.
Thank you. And along the note of what Sean is referring to, I think this kind of can go along with that as well. We're talking about how we can reach students and improve their wellness and making sure they're okay. I think because we don't have access, we kind of have to think of it in a different approach. And I know there's been a lot of work in this area already, but I think an increased amount of parent education would go a long way as well, because getting parents educated on how to talk to their kids, how to work their students through issues, because we're not there to do it. The kids aren't on our campuses to do it. And the parents, most of the time, don't have the education or the expertise and training to do a lot of that. So the more opportunities we can have to educate parents, parent workshops in that regard to address some of the issues that we're seeing and some of the issues the parents are seeing. Because let's face it, the student wellness is not just negatively affected by what's going on at school, it's negatively affected by this whole pandemic and what's happening in society. And so the more that we can equip parents to counsel and help their own children, the better, the healthier they're going to be, and the stronger they're going to be when we can come back to a more normal education system. So that's just my final thoughts on that.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do now is I'd like to see if there's any public. I know there's one person attending who has raised their hand. So I'd like to turn now to public comment on this question about current operations. And then after public comment, I'd just like to, we have, one of the themes that all of the sites addressed in their comments is, what's working and what's not working. Honestly, I think we've already covered a lot of that ground in our conversation so far this evening about what's working well and what's not working. But what I'd like to do is take public comment and then come back and just open it up for any final comments from staff about what is working or what is not working that they think would be important for the board to know. And then maybe we'll take a short recess before we move on to part B. So I'm going to go ahead and see, I see one person has a hand up identified on the screen here as Morgan. And I'm wondering if we could go ahead and unmute Morgan and give you a chance to address the board. Morgan, you should be unmuted. If you unmute yourself, you should be able to address the board now.
Hi, everyone. I appreciate you giving me time to think here. I don't have anything really prepared. I'm a mom with 3 kids in the Redwood City school district. One's just finished actually. I don't really have much to say. I just am kind of participating as a way to kind of stay involved. I would love to say that I would be there tomorrow helping to volunteer, because my heart is definitely there, but I'm not sure how I would be, to be one of the parents on site volunteering to help with pods and things. But I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know how to do that. And I am more interested to hear how we're going forward and to see where there are possibilities to learn and then maybe help going forward. So I thank you all for your time. This has been so interesting to be a part of it virtually. So I appreciated it.
All right, thank you, Morgan, very much. All right, so let's go ahead and come back. Are there any final thoughts or observations, reflections that participants would like to share? Let's go ahead and give Shawnice Stevenson a chance to address the board. Shawnice?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I was listening to the very thoughtful conversation that everyone was having, and I had the opportunity to go around to the sites, 3 sites. Sorry about all the scheduling mix up, everyone. But as I listened to all the different cohorts and who's leading them and what each cohort is doing, I think parents need more of a transparency about who is facilitating those groups and what's the purpose. Because I think I learned a lot looking at the different groups and wondering, what does that mean? I think something that came up for me is the data, just like Alan, because of some of the attendance fluctuation that has happened, particularly after Thanksgiving. And I know that each site is doing robust calling, home visiting, and all these different things, which I do think we need to do more supportive in that. But I think where the support needs to be done is how do we collect the data so that we know the why, so that we can brainstorm in around the blockages or to be able to advocate for different support systems that maybe aren't related to academics, that's more related to more of the county recovery plan. But if we don't have the data and we can't pull it together quickly, we can't make an argument or a plan. I wondered about that. As far as one of the things I was thinking is I went to a different parent meeting for a different school, and the parent meetings were really focused on, and this was a high school, around kind of how parents are dealing with things, what's happening with them, and they're building relationships with the parents. And so they're getting the perspective of parents from in the home and brainstorming and supporting. And then the last thing I wanted to say is there is a lot being done in the community, and I wonder where the coordination is, and also lessons learned and brainstorming, like with Boys and Girls Club, Live in Peace, East Palo Alto Tennyson Tutoring. There's other ones in other communities as well, and as I get familiar, I'll know that. But I just wonder what they are doing as well, and that maybe we are double timing it when they are already doing home visits and food and things of that sort, and we could shift our time to those families that need more in depth. And then I also have a question and don't know where this goes, because I know that mental health and wellness is sometimes a private issue for families. So it doesn't show up in their grades. It doesn't show up in their engagement, but the parent is really struggling with getting them out of bed or talking to their pediatrician. And so I just wonder about the social interaction for those children that parents will say they're doing okay. I'm thinking about other kids, but in actuality, it's kids that they see, but we don't have the language for what's happening. So those are the things that I observed and wanted to like bring to the surface. But thank you guys so much for listening.
Thank you, Shanice, very much. And of course, you'll be here next week, sitting in, well, not maybe my chair, but sitting in the chair. So are there kind of final observations or reflections that members of the site teams or staff would like to share on how things are going with respect to current operations, and maybe any lessons learned about what's working, what's not working, that we have not covered during the conversation over the past hour and a half or so? Okay, it's 9 o'clock. People are tired. I understand. That's fine. So what I propose that we do is let's take a short recess, 9 minutes. Let's come back at 9:15, and we will continue with part B of agenda item 13.6, which will involve some discussion of planning for expanded in-person instruction. See you momentarily. All right, it appears that we are all, the board at least, and the superintendent are all reassembled. So let's go ahead and move on to part B of item 13.6, which is discussing planning for expanded in-person instruction. And one of the issues that people had indicated they wanted to know about as a potential gating item is testing for our employees. And so at least I'm somebody who's been doing a lot of hand wringing about testing for employees. When I say someone was interested, it was probably me. So it would be interested, I would be interested, and the agenda indicates that we would have a chance to hear an update on our planning for COVID testing. So Interim Superintendent Leach, is that you? Is that Ms. McAvoy, Dr. McAvoy? Is that, okay, Jackie, over to you. She's waving her hand.
So the first thing I'd like to do is really thank Javier, and I think he's on here somewhere, and our nurses and our health clerks and our sites for participating in the screening process and testing process that we've been piloting over the last few months. And we decided to pilot screening and testing so that when we were moving into increasing the number of students on campus, we had practiced it and we knew what was successful and we knew what challenges we would have. We had initially started out with a company that provided both screening and testing, and we had piloted that. We ran into some difficulties that involved the control of the information and data with the screening, and the testing piece of that was actually working pretty well in the sense that we had kits that we could provide to employees. But we decided to look at a different platform for providing our screening, which is Frontline. And one of the things that we found with the initial company that we went with, they were not used to working with school districts. And so their platform was very set. They were not responsive to changes in that platform. And of course, we always work collaboratively with our employee groups and with our administrators about how can we design the best mechanism for screening and testing. And so we looked at Frontline, which is a company that we work with regularly. They do our attendance accounting for our employees, and they also have the platform we're now using for our evaluation of teachers. And they had acquired a platform formerly called Health Master that they transitioned into a platform to provide support for COVID-19 screening and testing. They do not do testing, but they do the screening, but they help with the screening process and with the collection of data. And we own that data. It also coordinates with our information system for our employees. And we now have our students flagged in Infinite Campus. It also communicates with Infinite Campus. So it provides us with a lot broader scope of resources for dealing with the daily screening, and it will provide us, and we'll be transitioning to that when we come back in January. It's very similar to the Ambry system that's now being used as far as receiving a daily notice to check in, to go through the screening questions, and for that information to then be shared with our wellness team that would respond if anyone has been screened as having issues. For testing, we have moved ahead with a contract with Curative, and that it's a rider on the contract with San Mateo County Office of Education. And we are looking at, and again, we will be piloting small so that as we gear up and have more and more people on campus, we are able to provide that testing. The goal is to test all employees every month. Discussion is still open about the testing of students. And one of the things about testing, if you think about it, a negative test is not something that helps you a whole lot, because the test is only negative, the person is negative only for the 30 seconds that they took the test. They could then leave that testing facility, go out and have an unmasked conversation with someone who has COVID-19. But the flip side of that is what a positive test provides us with. A positive test would provide us with that information about that employee, which then would provide us with the ability to do some employee contact tracing and also provide instructions for that particular employee so that we could isolate them and make sure that they're not coming to school and not infecting other people that are accessing our campuses. So negative testing on an ongoing basis doesn't help you a whole lot. It just tells you people are negative. It's really screening for those positive test results that help us keep everyone else safe through the contact tracing for employees. And so with Curative, you may have actually seen some Curative sites set up. There's one across from Menlo Atherton right now. I think there's one that's in the Redwood City community. They do community testing as well. And so one of the challenges with Ambry was that we were going to have to facilitate all of the testing ourselves. They would provide us with the testing materials, and then we would deploy our employees. And that became difficult because we would have to hire additional people to do that. And there's been some difficulties in the recruitment of additional health clerks to assist us with that. So Curative is doing community testing as well. It means that we're hoping that our employees will be able to go to those sites. We may host some of those sites. We're still in the discussions with the company about that so that our employees can go be tested. That information then would be uploaded into Frontline so that we can manage that on a monthly basis. But it will take, one of the things that we're challenged with, and you've heard this all along, is that we're challenged with the human resources that are needed to be able to do that. Our nurses have been intimately involved in the screening process now and are assisting Javier with that. But they're also, it's like everyone says, it's like, you know, trying to redesign the plane and you're flying it. They're also conducting, which is required by law, TB screening of all of our employees right now. So there's a lot of things that are going on, and it's really the human resources that are a challenge for us. And so we will be set up and ready to go. We will be moving slowly and again piloting so that we get it right. And then as more and more students are coming back and more staff members are coming back on campus, we will be ready to go. So the testing and the screening should not be a limiting factor for the number of students and staff that are on site. And if Javier's here, he can talk to you what it looks like. It takes a lot of time when someone tests positive. There is a checklist that the site does. Diane Burbank's going like this. There's a checklist of protocols that we have to follow and reporting protocols that we have to follow as well that are very staff intensive. One of the advantages of Frontline, again, they work with schools, is that they have designed and will work with us in designing the reports that we are required to submit. They will help us design and generate those reports, which will make it a lot easier on us. And so I don't know if Javier, I don't see him, but he should be here. It's a day-to-day job for him on top of his other full-time job that he has. Javier, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
There he is. Do you want to talk a little bit about what it looks like day to day for testing?
Yeah, so with our, good evening, everyone. With our nurses, we've come up with a testing plan, and also in collaboration with other nearby school districts that have also partnered with Curative through the county contract, through the County Office of Education, as Jackie mentioned. So most districts are actually handling the testing program with their own employees, and speaking with Curative, that actually is most likely what we'll need to do. But we are, as Jackie mentioned, seeing if we could find a way to collaborate with their community testing programs. And part of the consideration with that is who will have the information. So if it's a community testing program, then our human resource department or our health staff would not necessarily have access to the information about which staff tested positive. And so there's a different response consideration for that. But we are working with Curative, and both of these, both the new daily health check with Frontline and the testing program should be good and ready to go in January. And of course, we would communicate that with all of our staff before we launch either of those. And so we're right now just setting it up, and we've had demonstrations to our leadership team for the new daily health check. And as Jackie mentioned, when we do have a positive case or when someone is identified as testing positive through our current testing system, there is a checklist and a process to follow up, not just internally, but also to report to the County Office of Education and San Mateo County Health. So we that has also been a transition from the county doing contact tracing to our sites doing the contact tracing, and that has shifted the responsibility back to us as well. I don't know if there are any more specific questions about what the testing logistics or program would look like, or the daily health check. I'm happy to answer those questions.
Questions from board members. I have two questions. Can you just reiterate for me, either Javier or Jackie, when do you anticipate that employee testing would be like up and running?
In January.
Okay. And then
with in speaking with Curative, we should have our we should be able to send the test kits to either to the district or to the school sites either later this month or at the beginning of January.
Okay. And then, we heard about the Woodside. Oh, I'm not sure if we're allowed to say which site it was. A site not to be named, water polo team had, we've heard reports about how many cases have we had in our school districts where either our staff or our students have, not through our own testing mechanism, but we've learned that we had positive cases from our community. Do we know that number?
Yeah, I could pull it, but so I do get a report of the number. The difference in that and what we're looking at is whether we're looking at the cases that are reported to us or that actually affected what happened on campus, whether it was shutting down a cohort or having employees be close contacts. Because we have employees that might be involved in a case, but they haven't been on campus, so it doesn't impact campus, as well as having students that might be involved in a case. So those do get reported to us. So we have two numbers. We have a number of all the cases that have been reported to us, and then the number that actually impact our students and our or our staff that are on campus. And with most of our staff and students being off campus, while they get reported to us, they don't necessarily impact that. I can get that number for you and provide it to.
Yeah, it would be great to have that maybe
afterwards.
go out in a Friday update. I think just for us to understand the scope of what we're seeing. Trustee Thompson?
I want to add one more point to, you mentioned that maybe not through our own testing program, but we have actually identified positive cases through our testing program that we have right now, as Jackie mentioned, through Ambry. Ambry does both the daily health check and also provides the opportunity to test. And we have actually identified positive cases through the district's testing program that we currently have.
Okay, excellent. And by the way, Jackie, I got my negative test result today. So I'm actually feeling a lot more bullish about, you were kind of poo-pooed the negative test result, and I'm actually feeling pretty good about it right now. Trustee Thompson.
So I wanted to ask Jackie, how do we determine the frequency of testing, the need for and part of that's driven, frankly, by the Stanford testing protocol that January 1st will move to actually once weekly for everybody who's going onto campus.
I think that the state requires every other month. And given all things, I would say that if we had the capacity to test weekly, we should. But I don't think we have the human resource capacity to test weekly, because when you think about that, there's over 1,000 employees. And if you were testing weekly, you would be setting up to test 200 employees a day. And so I would probably need a number of full-time staff members to be able to administer those tests. So it's a capacity issue, but it's also an issue of, you know, what other testing is available for people. Right now, we have about, I think it's between 70 to 80% of our employees, higher number of teachers that are working 100% remotely, or intermittently they're working remotely. And so they're not necessarily on site. And so whether or not we have the capacity, we might have the capacity to test, if the number is low, the number of people who are on site. But when you test 100% of our employees, that's a large number, and it means a great deal of testing and follow through.
So in the plan, just to answer that, yes, we could, and Curative does we do have the opportunity to potentially test weekly, and we would need to test at least once a month. So I think our initial plan is to test once a month. And in the calculations that we have, and in calculating how long it takes to do each test. So imagine a drive-through. All our sites are familiar with some form of drive-through graduation. Well, imagine instead of the drive-through graduation, we have drive-through testing on our site. Would allow us to do approximately 100 tests per workday. And you know, that when based on what we looked at, a minimum of 14 days to get through testing all of our staff. And that would most likely be done at each site, testing their own. Maybe for the small schools, we could combine to a site and do that in one. Be minimum 14 days if we combine some of the smaller school sites, up to 18 days to get through testing all of our employees at the rate of being able to get 100 tests a day. So at 18 days, we're looking at about once a month.
So it's helpful to have the capacity information and the feedback you're giving. I guess the piece I'm lacking, or maybe I didn't hear precisely, is who's setting the standard for this? Because we want to have a sense that we're meeting a standard set scientifically for doing this sort of thing. And if I understand correctly, that's from the state?
The state is every other month. That's the requirement from the state.
They call that, the state medical people consider that sufficient.
I wouldn't say that. Being a science teacher, I wouldn't say that that was sufficient, but they said every other month. I don't know why they picked every other month. I haven't seen the rationale for that.
The county is recommending monthly. I almost think that the state is saying every other month, and the county has mandated monthly. A lot of our districts, including the County Office of Ed, are testing weekly. And as I've reported in previous COVID updates, for us to do that, how many tests we would actually have to do a day. So it was submitted in our reopening plan that we are focusing on a plan that would test our employees monthly.
I think that one of the other components of testing that's important that we're going to need to think about is providing testing to employees that have symptoms and on demand. And we've done that with Ambry, where if someone screens out and has symptoms, we can provide testing for them. And so, which for some of our employees was faster than procuring a test through their healthcare provider. So that's something that we would also look at, not just the screening test that happens once a month, but do we want to incorporate into our testing program the ability to provide testing for an employee that is being screened out in the morning.
Right. Thank you. I think I have an interest in looking at the county standards to make sure they're scientifically based and that we're comfortable with that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Other comments or questions on this aspect of moving forward on the testing? If not, I think the next thing that is on deck would be a little report on second semester learning models and status of returning. My understanding is that Ms. Hanson, you are helping us get smart about this.
Well, I'm just going to put forward for you some of the background and things to consider and parameters, and then let all the brains in the room think about it together. So I will share my screen. There we go. Am I sharing my screen? I don't see the telling green line.
Your screen is being shared.
All righty.
Sharing your whole desktop, Bonnie, just so you know.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, it's working, but just so you know what you're sharing, just in case.
All right. I'll close my eBay bids right away. Thank you for that. Let me go into presentation mode. So before I get into the different possibilities for model schedules, and it's going to look like I'm not looking at you because my desk camera is not working. So I am making eye contact with you. You just can't tell. I'm looking at my big screen. I thought it might be interesting to just see a few snapshots of what it looks like right now to keep students safe on campus. So I've got photos here for you, and on the next page of student cohorts and staff at East Palo Alto Academy, at Menlo Atherton High School, and at Sequoia High School. So on the left side of the screen, you've got students in their cohorts, socially distanced, one group outside, one group inside, wearing their masks. And when they're inside in this particular cohort, they've got screens in front of them. And in the bottom corner, in the bottom photo, you can see the instructor in the front of the room with the screen in front of her. And here's a second page where you can see on the left, I think this is a picture, point in time photo. This young man, Frank, thank you, Frank from Sequoia High School, agreed to let me take his picture while he worked. But I love the Purell hand sanitizer and the fan in the room as he's working with his mask. And then on top, you see, you see one of our cafeteria lunch ladies who have been amazing during all of this in their reception to students as they've been coming in for meals. And perhaps stuffing bags really full when there was more food than students coming in, feeding a lot of families and making people feel cared about. And then we've got one of our teacher volunteers, Mike Malary from MA, who does a cohort with some of his SPED students after school. And that's him behind his screen, wearing his mask, following protocol, Jackie. And then on the far right, you can see a student being screened in. And I guess the point I wanted to make with these photos is there are kids at school, which seems to be a theme tonight. And there are a lot of caring people trying to make this work for as many students as we possibly can. And third, and really sadly, school right now doesn't look like school. And may it not look like school for much longer. Come on, vaccine. Our new president has said 100 vaccines in the first 100 days of office, and that he's bringing back schools. I wish him the very, very best in that endeavor, because I think we'd all like to see kids sitting next to each other at lunch on the hallways, shoulder to shoulder, sharing sandwiches and telling stories, and teachers walking around classrooms and bending over desks to help kids who need help, and all of our kids back at school making real live eye contact rather than Zooming. So there you have it. Why talk only about high school models? So Carrie, I'm going to get to Hillview in just a moment. I'm going to get to middle schools in general, but we'll use Hillview as an example. So one reason we talk about high schools in particular and why they are more complicated than K through 8 situations is because of what you're seeing in front of you right here. And what I've done is listed out all of our students take 6 to 7 content specific classes that are taught by people who have teaching credentials in those specific areas. And if you look at the A through G requirements, those are the areas into which they fall. So if I am teaching, if I'm a principal and I'm trying to divide my kindergarten cohort in half, first of all, I've probably got 24 kids, max I've got 30. I can divide them into 12 or 15 kids per day. I can have the cheerful cheetahs come on Mondays and Thursdays, and I can have the helpful hippos come on Tuesdays and Fridays. I can send home assignments for them to do on the off days. And the music teacher, I hope if you're in a district that can afford that, and some of the enrichment supplemental and my classroom aides that come with kindergarten can be working with the kids during the days when they're at home if I'm not doing concurrent instruction. And there you have it. There's what's taking so long? Why is this so hard? Everybody's getting all their classes. Everybody's getting time at school. Well, they don't have to have any specific instructional area, and they all take the same thing. What a concept. Every single one of those kids in that class is getting the same courses throughout the day. The second reason is that in addition to those 6 or 7 different subject areas, there are so many options. So I took the liberty of pulling up Woodside High School's program planning handbook. And what any of you can do this. What you have on this screen before you is all of the different classes at Woodside High School that they're offering this year. Now, some of these classes are grade level specific, okay? Obviously, English 1, 2, 3, and 4 are grade level specific. But for instance, if you look under English on the far left column towards the bottom, you also have English 1 and 2 intensive. You've got AS English 1 and 2, AP English Language, AP English Literature, to say nothing of ELA 1, ELA 2, and ELA 3. So instead of all of my kindergartners who are learning about the letters of the alphabet and vowels and consonants in one setting, I've got a whole bunch of different flavors of English that different students need. And so that complicates who they're going to be in classes with. But wait, there's more. That's just not the case for English. That's the case for every single one of those 6 to 7 classes that that student is taking. So I finally get my kids sorted out by their English classes. And so then I move on to math. And if you look in the middle column in the middle of the page, you will see all of the different math options that kids can take. Multiply that by all of the VPA options, all of the CTE, all of the world languages. And as a high school district, we cannot just say, well, it looks like this year we're going to do part-time electives, because the UC A through G system is not okay with part-time classes. We have to have kids take their 10 units of that course to meet that requirement. So now let's talk about middle schools. And I scrambled a little bit, Carrie, because I wasn't prepared to do this. So I really hope that all of my information is 100% correct. I'm 99% sure that it is. But remember that that statistic is coming from a former English teacher, not a statistician. But I scrambled and I called Jamie, who is me in the Menlo Park School District. And then I texted 2 girlfriends whose kids are in middle school at Hillview. And so thanks to all of them, I think I have all of the information that I need to answer the questions you had about what was different. And a bunch of it I already knew. So here's the situation right now at Hillview Middle School. all of their students are split. All of their students who are electing to come to school are split between A and B days that they call blue and gold. So they got half of the students who are opting for what they're calling hybrid instruction, coming to school on blue days, and half of them come to school on gold days. Each of those cohorts, so for instance, Everest 1 is a cohort, is 10 kids. And those 10 kids take all 4 of their classes together on the day that they come to school. If there are 33 cohorts of 10 kids in blue, there are 330 kids coming onto their campus in the blue day, and there are 290 kids coming into campus on the yellow day. That's a total of 620 kids. That's no more than 330 kids on any one given day. Keep in mind that Hillview's student population is 968 students. So that means that they've got about 348 of their students not coming to school for any instruction. Their teacher to student ratio is 18 students to 1 teacher. The 4 classes that students who are coming to school take in school are ELA, science, their elective / PE, they're splitting it and doing half and half. And then they take study hall. On the day that those kids are at home, they're taking math, social studies, and a world language. Kids who are opting to be distance learning, which I think is about 300 kids, are getting synchronous instruction in music, art, world language, PE, and from the librarians. Shout out to librarians everywhere. If you listened to the audio of our kids, our librarians got mad props for their work during this pandemic time. And then I think that the rest of their courses, so their core content courses, are happening in an asynchronous online instruction setting. So Carrie, to answer your question about what are the differences, why can't we do what Hillview is doing? The first reason is that they have fewer course offerings. Here, and by the way, I think Hillview's hitting the ball out of the park. I'm super, super impressed by what they've pulled off. All the kudos in the world to them. But here's why we're not them. Here are the total world language offerings at Hillview. So there are 3 grade levels at Hillview, and there are 11 total world language classes in French and in Spanish. Here are the world language offerings at Menlo Atherton High School. They are in 4 different languages: French, Spanish, Latin, and Mandarin, for a total of 26 flavors. So when I'm building my schedule at Hillview, I have far, far fewer variables. They do not have any enforceable graduation requirements. Don't tell anyone, but if you're 14 and you don't graduate from 8th grade, you still go to 9th grade the next year. That's not the case with us. Our kids have to get the courses that they need for graduation, or they don't get a graduation credential, or excuse me, a diploma. And they have to get the classes that they need for UC A through G, or they can't get into their colleges. So I can't say, sorry kids, I know that next year you were signed up for French 4, but we have to limit the number of electives that we're gonna offer. So you just don't get to take French 4. You can take Latin 1, or you can just not have it on your college application. That is super, super high stakes for kids when they're taking a progression of courses in an A through G track or in an academy, to yank out those course selections for them. Thirdly, in the Menlo Park model, I think that they've got some kids doing a lot of synchronous instruction. And then 4th, there are fewer students and more staff. So they're able to split their kids into cohorts of 10. We're not able to do that.
Bonnie, are they multiple subject credentialed or are they single subject?
They're single subject. So for the purposes of our conversation, I wanted to give a few terms because some of these get used in to describe many different things. It's the link learning terms of COVID. So synchronous has not changed. That just means the teachers and the students are working together at the same time. We are having a synchronous board meeting, although some of you might wish that it were asynchronous so you could fast forward through me. An asynchronous is when a student is working independently on material at the time of their choosing. Concurrent instruction is called, in less sophisticated circles, Zoomers and Roomers. You've got some kids getting their instruction online, and you've got some kids sitting in a classroom with the teacher, but the teacher's doing the instruction for both the kids sitting in front of them in the room and the kids who are watching it on their screen. Next, you've got hybrid rotation. So you've got a hybrid model where some kids are rotating into class for synchronous instruction, instruction with the teacher, synchronous instruction, and then they're doing asynchronous instruction on the days when there's not room for them to come to school because there's another cohort of kids there. But with that model, your students choosing a full-time online learning have only asynchronous instruction. And I think that the frustrating math of schedules during COVID is that the more you have students come back to campus, the less synchronous instruction you can offer. And super importantly, what do our parents have to say? So there was a survey that was given that just did a couple of weeks ago. And here's what we had: about 40% of our families respond. I am having some serious user error here, folks. Okay, there we go. Gosh darn it. Okay. There were 14. So they told us when they'd be comfortable sending their kid back to school. And we asked when they'd be comfortable in red, orange, and yellow. And then at the end, we put in 14 different possible considerations that might have impacted why you chose what you chose. And what I've done here is I took the 7 of the 14 that were the most popular, and I put in dark green bold font the first 3, because they were by far, they were ranked as important by many, many, many more families, in some cases hundreds, than 4 through 7. So I'm going to do that annoying thing where I'm going to read out loud to you what you can see on the screen. These were what was most important to our parents when we're talking about schedules. Maintaining the same amount of live or synchronous instructional time for my students' teachers in the spring as in the fall. Maintaining our students' same teachers and schedules in the spring as they had in the fall. Opportunities for in-person, peer-to-peer social interaction. And then dropping, but still in the top 7, consistency of my students' spell schedule from week to week. Flexibility to change between remote learning and on-campus instruction depending on conditions such as a vaccine, health conditions. Opportunities for my student to work, collaborate in small groups on campus with other students in person. And then the final, the 7th biggest consideration was the number of students who will decide to return to our school in person. And then here are the parent survey results by tier. So 40% of our families responded. And while we're in the red, when we are in the red tier, 57% of them said they would keep their kids at school, home in their current online classes. And 43% said they wanted their kids to attend as much as possible. In the orange tier, 42% of respondees said they would keep their kids at home and 58% would send them back to school. And so what I noted here with the orange tier, because I haven't really talked about the red tier on a wide scale of kids coming back, but if there are 35 students in a class, and granted, our average class size is 27.5 kids, but you can't really split a kid in half. So that's kind of funny, but that's a staffing question for another day. But some of our larger classes can be 35. If that's the cap, like when we're doing a schedule for a class, that's the maximum, unless it's like a freshman class or a support class, the number of students will allow to be in any given period. So if there are 35 students in a class and we know that we can socially safely distance 12 to 15 kids in a room, then it means classes, I can go to my class every third day that my class meets. I can physically be present. Yellow tier, 24% would keep their students at home in online classes and 76% would have them return. And this again is the pickle of kids can come every third day if in the yellow tier we're still being asked to socially distance like we are now. And then finally, these are the givens. The first given is my favorite. Our number one priority is to keep our students and our staff safe until this gosh darn thing is over. Within that parameter, we want to get as many students as possible on campus for academic and enrichment opportunities. There's no way around the fact that health and safety protocols limit the size of classes to 12 and 15. And granted, there are gymnasiums, football fields, there are a few places where you can have larger groups, but those are usually taken up by larger classes. So PE has far more students per period, so that sucks up a lot of that space. So does band. Student on-site schedules must be matched with the availability of teachers to be on site. So one major caveat to all of this is that until elementary schools have and daycare centers are really up and running, we've got a lot of teachers who just don't have an option. They cannot come back. We've got medically fragile teachers. So just like every other segment of the population, we have people who cannot be on campus regardless of whether or not they'd like to be or not. And so, for instance, if mostly seniors want to come back, we've got more senior families that want to come back, but we don't have enough English teachers to go around for the senior class, we've got to somehow match that up. That's not a good example. I'll give a better one. If we've got a lot of kids who need chemistry, which is a physical science, and they're the ones who are in large numbers want to come back, but we don't have enough chemistry teachers who can come back. What we've got is biology teachers. That's not a match, and we have to have a credential match. Students must be taught, I already said this, by teachers credentialed in their subject area. And then we have to keep in mind when we're talking about an instructional model, that if we choose a model where kids are physically on campus for instruction, at any point in time, that has to be able to translate to, God forbid, the shelter in place of last spring, and everything would need to be back online. So now this is the fun part. Any questions about all those considerations before I move on? I don't think so, so here I go.
I had a quick question.
Yes.
I think Satvik has a hand up.
How would any of
I
these
can't see, I'm in full screen mode, sorry.
How would any of these be impacted if a bill like AB 10 passes where the state says that we have to have some kind of in-person school?
I mean, in short, we follow law. So here's the first example, and there are three. This is what we're doing right now, and it's called, as I already shared with you before, 100% distance learning. So all instructions conducted online. So here's some of the pros. And I know that there are pros and cons that I did not list. I didn't dive into the social emotional, and that's really important. I didn't dive in. I focused just on the instruction. So pros, students keep their current schedules. If the health order changes, learning's uninterrupted. Staff can focus on creating in-person enrichment opportunities for students. So in other words, if you looked at that survey, what a lot of our families said was, it's important to me that my kid keep their current schedule. It's important to me that my kid have as much synchronous instruction as possible. But I'd really like for my kid to be able to get on campus to work in some small groups or to have some socialization, some enrichment. So it means that if we're keeping the first semester online, if that continues into part of next semester, then our focus can be on continuing to bring more kids back for enrichment activities as staffing allows. And it maximizes synchronous instruction time. And then the con is a whole lot of kids don't get to come on campus. Concurrent instruction with rotation. This is the roomers and zoomers model. So it rotates being on campus for class with concurrent instruction, some days Zooming lessons from home, and some days Zooming classes on campus. Or if you're a family who is opting to keep your child home, they would be Zooming classes on campus all the time. So a kid gets to come on campus, have that interaction, get out of the house, take a shower, see other people they haven't seen in a long time, but the instruction is still the same. They're still, the teacher's in the front of the room, but they're still on the laptop. So the pros are students keep their current schedules. Students get some time on campus every second or third time a class meets. Cons, students are physically on campus, but the instruction is still concurrent. And then finally, the hybrid rotation with separate lessons. So we've got students who are choosing to come to campus will rotate in-class instruction with the teacher teaching them in the front of the room with the mask on, with the shield, with all the safety protocols in place. And the teacher's doing live synchronous instruction. But then on the days when the student is home, so every second or most likely third day that the student has that class, they're doing asynchronous instruction. So it means that a student would probably get to come on campus for 2 days a week for synchronous instruction and then have asynchronous instruction the rest of the week. However, students who are full-time at home would be on all asynchronous instruction because the teachers would be teaching every day. And then teachers would have to plan for 2 lessons for each of their preps. So there would be the lesson for the students who are going to be with me at school, and then there would be the lesson for the students who are going to be doing asynchronous instruction. So a lot of conversation to be had. And before I close up and turn this over for questions and that conversation, I just wanted to take us back to the wishes of 40% of our families in the survey that we recently administered as we talk about the options. I wish I could tell you that one of those options was awesome. I don't think any of them are even close to awesome. It's a really, really tough time, and we're looking to do the best that we can during a time when we're going through a pandemic.
All right, thanks, Bonnie, for that presentation. So let's go ahead and see, open this up. I think actually we have come to our witching hour. It's 10 o'clock, and as you recall, our board bylaws require us to end our meetings by 10. I think I did that once in my tenure as president. So I now would invite a motion to extend the board meeting beyond 10 p.m.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we need to go on indefinitely. So let us bear the late hour in mind as we continue our discussions and deliberations. And I would now open the Zoom up for comments or questions from board members. Carrie?
Bonnie, that was a really good presentation. Thank you for that. And thank you for getting the specifics on Hillview. I think it would benefit our parents to understand this, right? Because we don't want to send kids back to a bad version of school, right? But I still want kids to go back to something, right? They just can't be at home all day. But parents really need to understand this, and I don't think they do. So is there a way we can get this presentation out, or how do we help parents understand? I mean, maybe even with teacher panels or something. That's what teachers said, earlier when the pandemic first hit. They were really concerned that it wouldn't be school as we know it. And when I saw that, when I went to Carmont today, that's not school as I know it or really want it to be. So we have to bring our parents along.
I think that a lot of our parents do understand it, maybe not all of those idiosyncrasies, but we're not hearing from a lot of our parents. I do think that there are some people who just plain disagree and have other points of view, as they're certainly entitled to do. So I think it'd be great if we had this or some sort of a similar presentation up on the website that people could refer folks to and click. But my experience with anecdotally is that a lot of parents do understand this, and that's why we're not hearing from most of them.
Trustee Sarver?
So first of all, I want to apologize for having jumped all the way over here at the beginning. And let me return to the question I posed earlier in the evening, and then I want to follow it up with another point. But a return to campus that would, not change the schedule that students are going through, would put our students in a rotation of class through class. And the bubbles would be changing continuously throughout the day. And although we might have groups of a third or less of our students that share the campus on any given day, and I think that would be reduced further by the percentage that choose to come to campus as well. So even if we have a quarter of our student body on campus on any given day, that I think effectively becomes the cohort in that model, and that those students are sharing their airspace with students who are going on to other bubbles and sharing their airspace with other students and going on to other bubbles, etc. So return to that question, that once our plan is approved, I believe that gives the school district more leeway in how cohorts are defined, and should give us theoretically the leeway to define our cohorts as being effectively a quarter of the student body per campus. All right, so in choosing, I think, any of the models that you've outlined for getting back on campus and maintaining that, we are looking at a much larger cohort where a very limited number of infections anywhere on campus would essentially close down that quarter of the student body. And and not only that, but then those teachers would be dealing with all quarters of the student body. So it rapidly would be likely to become the whole campus. So the risk level is very high there. So I mean, that's something that we're going to have to consider as part of this, that is the kind of risk that gets taken on in maintaining the schedule as we know it with more on-campus time. The other thing I'd like to point out, as you said, the pros and cons that you listed were, a high visibility subset. But looking at the concurrent model and the Zoom and Room, the con that was identified there is that effectively the instructional model would continue to be distance instruction. And to me, that con is substantially less than any of the list of cons on the other slides, and is potentially closer to being the equivalent of some of the pros on the other slides. And I've been looking at this in terms of first, do no harm. That with all of the work that has been done across the district, a massive amount of effort and a massive amount of success has gone into the academic instruction to continue the full range of academic offerings, to give students access to their full existing standard schedule, to maintaining the master schedule in a way that allows our schools to keep going forward, to make it flexible for opening and closing, and for ensuring that students have the opportunity to achieve their graduation and A through G requirements moving forward. And we have to be sure that if we're not getting more than a quarter or a third, or even at some best case close to a half of our student body on campus at any given time, that means more than half or 2/3 or 3/4 of them are continuing to learn from home at that time. We have to make sure that we do no harm to that majority of our students. And to me, that means that we can't be considering sacrificing the quality synchronous instruction that's our current backbone of instruction for the majority in order to get a slightly more palatable flavor of on-campus instruction for the minority at any time. I don't think that there's a possibility of us fundamentally improving the model of academic instruction that students are exposed to on campus over what they are already being exposed to in distance learning at home. What we have is the opportunity to remove many of the barriers that are afflicting a lot of our students at home, and the opportunity to bring them on campus for all of the other things that we've been discussing during the course of the evening, while not doing harm to their academic instruction. To me, that is why I've been championing the concurrent model for months. And I was bringing it up long before it was labeled concurrent instruction or Zoom in room. This is what I was talking about during the AOTF task force in April and May and June. And, you know, it has emerged as what's going on in most of the places that are coming back. So, I mean, I strongly advocate for that to be the place where the greatest amount of energy in fleshing out the operating model should be dedicated, that we've got to not sacrifice the quality of instruction we've already built up for this incremental time on campus that is going to be very challenging to be wildly different and better. And
Thanks.
I'll jump back in for other bites later on.
Thanks. Trustee Thompson and then Trustee Jack.
Unmute myself. It was interesting to me that that Alan began with the pros and cons, because I had a reaction to the pros and cons, but in a different area. And it just highlights for me, you gave the caveat of saying you can't present them all there. It's tricky doing. The one that I was most sensitive to was you only listed one con for 100% distance learning. And yet most of the prior discussion was addressing the cons of distance learning. Anyway, I just want to be sensitive to how we present the pros and cons, especially if it's to a wider audience. I have 3 notes that are kind of operational in character. One of the big challenges you present is the matching of teachers to students across disciplines, things like that. What I'm curious about is whether the matching for distance learning students has to be on a school basis, or could it be on a district basis? When we find out that there are 40% of the English teachers willing to who want to stay home, but they're not evenly distributed across the high schools, would it be useful, and can we even consider whether a Sequoia English teacher might be able to teach English students at the same grade level across the district, which it seems like it would help immensely with the matching problem?
I'm actually not as concerned about the matching problem as I am about the issue of kids keeping the right classes so that they've got the full year that they need to meet their A through G requirement. But to that note, and yes, I did present the fewest cons for the current model, and there are many ways that it is not, doesn't hold a candle to what we usually do. It is, yeah, I said that earlier.
You're not worried about the matching of.
I'm a little bit worried about it, but I'm not as worried about it. I will say, I think it'd be really interesting to hear from the IVPs who haven't said anything except for Kristen, when it comes at this portion, if any of them have anything to say.
Diane Mazzei?
Thank you. I think what it really comes down to is when you look at any of the models that Bonnie put on there, and again, thank you, Bonnie, those are very clear. I would say that the lens really has to be on the instruction that's delivered and the learning that is happening. And the moment we begin to start to disrupt what we've been doing for the last semester, this past semester, then you start talking about gaps beginning to get larger in many different ways. And I think it would be really nice to be able to say mathematically, we can accomplish all of this, get every single kid in every other day. But the reality of that, and still keeping to our tenets of the same schedule, same teachers, A through G on track, ready to graduate, so they have choices when they leave our school system, begins to deteriorate just a little bit when you have to look at the reality of number of teaching staff, number of students that can be on campus safely in the classroom. And you're looking at some models of a kid only being on campus every third class meeting. So then you think about they're doing asynchronous, and then they get to meet in their class with their teacher, and then they're asynchronous. And so think about the loss that will happen in the momentum when they get out of the synchronous every other day, 2 days a week. That is concerning.
What I mean to be asking about are for the kids who stay 100% online learning, that do not have a hybrid schedule because they've decided that it's safer and more appropriate for them to stay home. Do they need to take the English class or the math class from their instructor at their home high school? Or could that be someone who teaches kids from across the district?
So the answer to that is kids move, right? They start the year, they have first semester in one school district and they have second semester in another school district, or even schools in our district. So is that possible? Sure. Is that optimal? Of course not, right? They're learning a new set of classroom norms. They're building a relationship with a new teacher. They might be covering material that they've already covered. That teacher may explain how you write an essay slightly differently. But yeah, of course, a kid does switch from one school to another or one teacher from another.
Well, and does that help problem solve? But you're saying that's not, it's less than optimal. What about when you talk about hybrid models or the concurrent rotation, it seems like those are uniform standards for all courses. And I'm wondering whether that actually varies per discipline, whether some disciplines need to be on campus more than others, or some, we heard that to some extent in the student panel. You know, I think they were asked, what was your favorite class? And there was some consistency to those responses. And I guess it wouldn't surprise me at all if certain disciplines are easier or more appropriately taught online and others more appropriately taught on campus. I mean, is that sort of variation being considered? Is it worth considering?
Everything is worth considering. I don't want to shoot down that idea. I mean, you are looking then at rearranging schedules so that, you know, if we decide that it's good for kids to come to school for science for their labs, you've got it's messy. Are there some things that it's better taught in person? Definitely. Then more, some that are more, I mean, we've had some choir teachers saying, this is awesome. Online is working for my class, right? So there are certainly some in which it's easier and others in which it's not.
Yeah, I know. Carlmont in their report said what the music instruction, 100% attendance or something like that. It's a phenomenal response, which was great. Third and last question is just about the math in a couple. There was the red and the orange and the return to school. You're indicating that the facility will only accommodate every third day. Is that correct? Now that's on the assumption that 100% of the kids are returning to school, is it not? And so actually, if it's only 2/3 that are returning to school, which is suggested by some of the survey responses, that's going to increase. You're going to be able to get kids on campus more often than once every third day. Okay. Bonnie, I can't hear you.
So
Bonnie, you were on mute.
In yellow, we had 70% of those who responded saying that they would send their kids to school. So if you've got 70% of them returning, then it's really tight on whether or not you can do it in 2 days or not. And in the tier beneath that, I think it was 56% returning in orange. So yeah, those kids, you could split into two. You're right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate the report.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is, I'll have a chance to go. Georgia, Trustee Jack?
Yes, Bonnie, that was very thorough. I appreciate it. And yes, I have a staff member whose son is at Hillview. And so yes, your report was accurate. This is what I understand. I also understand that literally you must drop your child off at the exact time and pick them up at the exact time. You're very, very specific about that. I think this is, part of this to me is very theoretical discussion, and part of this is a practical discussion, right? Like, what can you really do, and what in the time frame that you have, and in the hope that I think we all hold that this is the last semester we will ever do this, right? I think that would be the dream. And so with that, I'm going to just make some observations, since, as you all know, I will no longer be participating in these discussions after hopefully 11 o'clock tonight. So I think your point, and the big point that seems to always get lost, and the one that we keep making time and time again, we made it in the spring, you made it again tonight, is the rotational schedule and the number of classes. And you can't get around that particular beast, because to your point, golly, for some kids, they're going to go to college, and college have requirements. And while the colleges have kiboshed some of their requirements, they have not gotten rid of their requirements around requirements in terms of your courses that you've taken, right? So that is kind of a stuck point. I agree with you on that piece. On the other side of the coin, I do look at some of the colleges, and I realize this really always gets people mad. I don't know why. They are also teaching institutions. They do have more flexibility. That is a true statement. They have more flexibility in many ways. But when I think about my son, who is at a small college as well, so he's at a 5,000 student college. They've been in person this whole time until Thanksgiving. They've had very low rates of transmission, extremely low. They've been doing, what do you call it? Testing. They just pick you, randomized testing. That's the word I was looking for. Randomized testing of the student body. And they know, as most colleges do, that for the most part, kids living on campus are not transmitting as much as kids off campus. So what my son's college did, which would have been an idea here, but I think it's too late, is actually to allow the faculty to make the decision about whether they were going to teach in person or not. Now, we have an added element that we can't get around that they don't have, but that allowed them to then basically determine kind of what Chris just said, based on the subject you're teaching, whether you feel like that subject works best in person, in a hybrid situation, or fully online. And so the kids had a schedule that was not dictated by one or the other. It was like, well, that lab class is a lab, so I will be going in person, but that seminar class I can do online. And that other class, we're actually going to do partial. We're going to do the lecture online and something else in person. And so that sort of, that got around all of these other issues. To be fair, to your point, they don't have more than 12 kids in a classroom ever. And because you have different subject areas, you know, kids are majoring in things. So you also don't have that element that you're talking about with core classes. But I just do wonder, I wish, again, I'm going to say this, because why the heck not? I'm leaving. I wish we could have been more creative. I think that we could have been a little bit more creative. I think we really allowed tradition to push us forward, and that we weren't really seizing the opportunities that were presented to us to think a bit differently. So that's fine. I understand that everyone's in a crisis and that's how we're going to land. But I think that we missed an opportunity. That said, I think it still holds true what I said in the spring, what we've been hearing from the kids, what we're hearing from parents, which is, I just want to be with my friends occasionally. So if what that means is keep everybody home for their academics, even though it's not optimal, but really nothing's ever going to be optimal in this situation, but give them opportunities to come to campus, whether that's for tutoring or whether that's for clubs or whether that's for sports, then that should be the focus. And we should just move away from this idea, save the energy, figure out how to get the most kids onto campus for those things that we know we can do, leave learning online, and move forward with the hope. Yes, seniors, I feel bad for you. My son's a senior too. It's a crappy senior year, but with the hope that at least you get to see your friends occasionally. And who knows, by June, maybe you can actually do a real graduation. That would be my observation. I'm done.
Okay. I don't see other board members who have hands raised right now. We do have one. Let's go ahead and move to public comment now. We have at least one member of the public who wishes to address the board. So let's go ahead and unmute Caroline Krauskopf, who has spoken to us before. You should be able to unmute yourself now, Dr. Krauskopf, and address the board.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So I would just like to say that in recent months, numerous, really very numerous research reports from across the globe have shown that schools specifically are not hotspots for COVID-19 transmission. Schools have been demonstrated robustly that they can reopen safely when transmission is low, but especially and even when it is not. Mask wearing, social distancing, hand hygiene, and other protocols are effective in warding off this disease. Schools are also demonstrated to not be significant drivers of spreading the COVID-19 virus in the community at large. But, and has been discussed at large and quite extensively this evening, and has just been discussed by Trustee Sarver, keeping schools closed has truly terrible and significant consequences for students: learning loss, negative emotional and mental health issues, food and housing insecurity, abuse, diminished educational attainment. Shuttered schools also have adverse implications for the economy at large, as they force many working parents to abandon their jobs as so that they can provide in-home daycare and teaching help for their children, which by far, very much by far, disproportionately burdens working mothers. The list that was just provided by Ms. Hansen fails to list what is commonly called the live stream model, which would be what we commonly understand, that some group of children would stay home and teachers would give their lectures or teach live. A group of students would be live and leading it, or subscribing to it a group would be live and the other group would be Zooming. So the roomers would be live and the Zoomers, and they would switch off roomers and Zoomers. And I would suggest, let us think about this. Diane Mazzei is correct. We cannot do it all. But also, as we learned from Edith Salvatore this evening, kids are losing about a month a semester. So as we read the plan as it was presented, kids will, by the end of this academic year, have lost 3 months of their learning. Let's just understand that this will be 3 months of their learning. We need to prioritize the A to G standards in classes and move to a hybrid live stream model and get our children back into a learning model that works, that has been working across the globe and in many states of the United States, and move away from an all distance learning model. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I have in the queue Morgan. If we could unmute Morgan and authorize her to speak.
Hi again. I just wanted to say just a couple things. There was mention about maybe that parents understand what's going on and that's why you're not hearing from them. And I just wanted to voice my opinion in this, that parents have no idea what's going on and that's why you're not hearing from them. So I think there's very little understanding about what may be under consideration and maybe what possibilities are. And then I just wanted to, just for the sake of it, the last speaker, to just say that I personally feel the exact opposite of how they presented things, and that there's so I just didn't want that to be the only voice you heard, was a parent of somebody in the community saying that we need to open schools. I would say that's not how many people feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Karen Bechtel. If we could unmute Ms. Bechtel. You should be allowed to unmute yourself now.
Does that work? Can you hear me now?
We can.
Excellent. Thank you for letting me speak, and thank you to all of you for your efforts and your dedication to this hugely difficult task. I serve on a small elementary school district school board, so I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of all of this work and also all these comments. I'll keep it brief. I have two concerns I want to raise tonight and for both the board and the staff to consider. One is the reliance on the survey data that was just collected. I don't know if anyone has pointed out, but I think you might have a problem in that you were measuring more than one thing simultaneously when you surveyed our families. So for my family, we are very interested in returning back to school, but the way the survey was written, when I shared with my two daughters, one a freshman, one a junior, the question about returning back to school, because it was described as the opportunity to be present, to be on Zoom and learn on Zoom, but in school, they chose, and I think rightly so, to say no. We wouldn't come to school in any of those tiers because we don't see the value of being in a classroom to be on a computer. So just to make aware that the way you crafted your survey could be giving you some skewed data because you were measuring more than one thing at the same time. And then the only other thing, to not be repetitive, that I would like to bring up is that I think it's really interesting in part A of this conversation that led to part B of the large conversation. You talked a lot about bubble cohorting, and from what I understand, the decision to bubble cohort in the red and purple tiers is a decision being made by this district. There isn't any county guidance that says you must bubble cohort at those levels. And so I do encourage the board to consider whether that's a self-imposed or a regulated requirement, and whether that strict level of planning and cohorting is really warranted given what we've learned about the virus and the science and the efficacy of the measures that one can use when you're trying to successfully come back for important essential work like teaching and learning. So I have lots of other thoughts, but those are the two issues that I wanted to make sure were voiced in the meeting for everyone's consideration. And again, much thanks, and to those who are outgoing, much gratitude, and to those who are continuing on. Your stamina endurance is admirable, and I'm very grateful, along with a lot of other parents who are extending as much grace and support as we can.
Thank you, Ms. Bechtel, for those gracious comments and for the substantive comments as well. Turn now to the next person in the queue, who is identified only as Kelly. If we could, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, yes. But I just wanted to say a couple of comments. So first of all, thank you, Alan and Georgia, for your service on the board. I know this is your last meeting, and welcome to Shawnice and Rich, who are joining the board soon. So in terms of, I concur with the previous speakers on Bonnie's comment on not hearing from families, and so assuming that there's no issues, and I would say that that's not accurate. So I would say that there needs to be more outreach to families, and the survey that was put out to families really didn't provide a lot of detail in terms of being able to let families comment or identify any mental health or issues or quality of learning issues. And so I think that there's some concerns about the survey in terms of, well, the low percentage of 40% only people returning the, submitting the surveys. And also there's no data presented tonight in terms of what percentage from each school completed the survey. So I hope that we can do maybe a follow-up survey that identifies more mental health or quality of learning issues, or provides families an option to comment. But I do think that there are quite a lot of concerns or questions or issues that families and students have about the current situation. And maybe they're not sending emails directly to Bonnie, but there is a lot of discussion in the community. And I know that the board members are receiving emails. And so maybe because Bonnie isn't getting the emails directly, doesn't mean that parents are okay with where we are right now. So I think that's super important to understand. And then also, again, in the future survey or future communications with community members, students, parents, we really need to give parents and students a voice and an option to identify any mental health concerns with the current situation or learning issues with the current situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's come back. Are there additional, is there additional material, Interim Superintendent Leach, that you want to present this evening about this issue of planning for expanded in-person instruction?
I do want to make a couple comments about the survey that was sent out and the timing and the questions that were on it. One of the difficult things about the content, right, is trying to find these mechanisms to share all of this content that has so much context to it. And so I know that MA did a community forum a few weeks ago that I participated in, and then Carlmont has a community forum coming up this Tuesday, where there's more of an opportunity to do the questions and answers. As I push out communication weekly, it's very difficult to provide enough detail with not giving, basically a dissertation on how the decision comes and the background and the way that things work within our industry. And so that does pose a challenge. And so we're always looking for opportunities, whether it be through email and connecting and phone calls, and then spreading the word that way. So I do appreciate some of the new people who attended and provided comment tonight. It is very helpful to myself and to staff. Regarding the survey, and I know it was a little confusing. I did get a couple of emails. It was an initial survey as I responded to some of the emails that I had received. And it was to measure the comfort level related to the tier color. And the emphasis was doing that is so that we could get a starting data point to then go through the learning models. And as we're going through to see, if that would have come back and the numbers would have been, even the numbers that we got, we're able to work with and start to develop that to make sure that we, keep to the content of the curriculum and the structure, hopefully within the student schedule, and that we maintain, as Alan Sarver said, do no harm, and we maintain the level of instructional program that we need to do for our students. And so there will be an additional survey. And my apologies for that. You send out a survey and it has too much context, and people are like, why are you sending me a survey with all this context? And then you send it out and you don't have enough information, and then it's hard for people to answer. So I do appreciate the patience with that. I would like to report, that our reopening plan for in-person instruction has been submitted to the County Office of Education. It is a plan that is required by the County Office of Education in collaboration with the County Health Department that has a specific set of standards that the district has to report on. And we wrote the plan based off of those specific set of standards so that we could push that through. We are the only public high school in San Mateo County that has submitted our plan. So we are on track. And even though we are in purple, we are committed to, again, still moving forward to get as many students that we can back on campus for social, emotional, academic supports in any way that we can, in a safe manner for both staff, and our students. And we are coming to, we are coming close to the end of this. I think like right now, even among staff, you can find an article supporting one way. Like, I think I'm going to be vaccinated by March. Dr. McAvoy thinks she's going to be vaccinated more in July, because we're both reading two different sets of information, right? Because there's so much information out there right now. And we are going to receive so much more information just in the next few weeks that will make it easier and easier for us to make decisions and move forward. With the new assembly bill that may be passed to mandate districts to come back. Yes, that is out there. I'll leave that to where we have more information about that and where that comes from, but it is a step in the right direction, hopefully, to provide more supports to districts if that's what districts need to reopen. But this is also something that we have to do as a community. We slipped back into purple, right? We are going into the holidays. We have to wear our masks. We have to do our part to keep these positive test rates down so that we can continue to do what's best for our students, and we can get out of this sooner than later. And so I'm just really hopeful, and I'm thankful to all the staff and the time that they have put in to all of this work. It's 10:44 at night. Many of us have been here since 7 a.m. in the morning, and I just thank you for your dedication to our community and to our families. And I thank you to the board for asking us the right questions and providing direction, and kind of putting us back on track, and keeping us coming back to the end goal. And we do have some more work to do, so we will be addressing those list of priorities. But I just really want to thank all the staff, all the IVPs and AVPs. We don't see a lot of them at board meetings. And so I just wanted to say thank you.
So thank you for those eloquent remarks, Superintendent Leach. My own reaction to this is, like Trustee Jack, I'm, about to leave, although as you can see, I'm, so fond of the role of president that I'm kind of determined to make this meeting last as long as I can so that I don't have to give up the job. Look, it's very important for us to begin as a team, as a group, to discuss these instructional models. That presents huge issues. I think it was a big whistling past a graveyard problem with our planning back in March. And I think for us to really figure out how this is going to work. I personally am sympathetic to the notion that for at least those teachers who are willing to come back on campus, the live stream, teaching while live streaming, model is an option. It's actually what we're doing at the other educational institution that I'm familiar with. It's not perfect, right? It has lots of hiccups, particularly with respect to participation by students, but it is another model. Although whatever model we choose is something that we're going to have to engage in discussions with our partners on this, namely the teachers, right? These are conditions of work, and we have an obligation to discuss those in good faith with them, rather than sitting at this dais and unilaterally deciding what we're going to do. But I do hope that we will at least look into that option as an alternative to Roomers and Zoomers, because I think it's actually the least bad of all of the alternatives. That said, what I think is key is a sense that I hear from the superintendent and from the board that whatever the particular models that are developed, whether it's instructional models, whether it's co-curricular cohorts, that there is a shared understanding that it is important to try to increase the number of students who are engaged in activities on our campuses, to increase the numbers of those students as soon as we can in a way that is safe for our students and our staff. And I think that commitment is there. I think that's a shared commitment, and I think we have to continue to work and to go together on that score. So with that, if there's nothing further, I think we've concluded our discussion of that item. That does bring us to item 7.2, which is our placement charts, which an outgoing super trustee pulled. And so Trustee Jack, can you talk to us about why you wanted to pull this item?
I would be happy to. If there's nothing I will do going out of here, it will be to discuss. Where's Diane Mazzei? There she is. It's going to be to discuss math, Diane Mazzei. My favorite topic. So, Bonnie, my only actual question to you, and the reason I pulled this is because it dovetails with our math initiative, because the placements in the assessment were cited. I know you've changed them, but I don't know what they are, but they were cited by the Graduate School of Education researchers as part of our issue around math. And so you've put together math placement charts that were agreed to by a SAC, but we never received a final presentation on the report we got from Stanford about math that included the fact that our math placement assessments needed some work. So I wanted to pull it just to make sure that that doesn't fall off the radar, that there is a recognition that the board, this current board, was not updated on the work that was done through the research group, and that there's continuing work to be done. And the reason is that math matters a whole lot, and it really, really matters a whole lot for our students of promise. And so when you brought the math placement charts forward, but gave us absolutely no background on what actually happened, but alluded to it, with no further comment, that was a bit of a problem for me. I look forward to the invitation to come back to the board meeting when we receive the report out from the Graduate School of Education, at which point, hopefully we will get further information about how the new math assessment placement chart is different and better than what we have been doing that was not so good.
So let me just interrupt before
That's
Bonnie
pretty much it.
Hanson. No, whatever. But let me just say, I own the scheduling issues, right? So I have had on my list at many of our agenda setting meetings, the math placement report. And to be honest with you, Georgia, I have just sort of felt that our meetings are all going past 10 p.m. and the vital central issue that we need to be focused on right now, in my judgment, was these COVID updates and our academic operations. And so it's not staff, it's me who is responsible for the fact that we have not agendized that item yet. So I will take ownership and responsibility for that.
I look forward to you joining me at the presentation that we will hopefully be receiving.
Yeah.
I understand your reasoning for that. However, the fact of the matter is kids are being placed for math now for next year when hopefully we're not sheltering in place or whatever we're doing.
I'm not arguing.
I'm not blaming anyone.
Look,
I'm just saying.
I'm not arguing.
I'm just
just
saying.
explaining. I'm just saying.
I understand.
Look at me, not staff, on this.
But that's why I had to pull it.
Just a quick comment. Diana Wilmot did meet with the Stanford researchers about the placement chart, and I'm really sorry you're hearing it third hand. But it's been a crazy fall. So they will come and say it themselves later. They have not been able to complete the same research in Redwood City and Ravenswood as they were here. So there's nothing to compare it to. But when Diana had them go over the placement chart, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that they were elated. I also want to say that not everyone is elated about this placement chart and that there are concerns. So yes, I think it's the right thing to do. I think we've been working towards it for 3 years. Our partner districts, Stanford, are very excited. A lot of faculty are very excited. It's very difficult to find a district in the Bay Area that offers a course lower than algebra. So unfortunately, this is not as groundbreaking as I would like for it to be, but I do think it's a step in the right direction. We're just going to need to make sure that we give schools the funding that we would have used for algebra readiness and algebra support for them to design this new look in math as they see fit for best supporting teachers in that endeavor. And we'll definitely get you an invitation.
Oh yeah, I just want the invitation.
Also, also everybody gets them on Fridays in the email. So
the invitations. Yeah.
So
with that, I would move.
Well,
to
I think we
accept
actually have public comment now.
Oh.
This may go to the question of, I don't know whether this will be evidence that not everybody is happy with this, but I see Michelle Breen has raised her hand. So if we could unmute Ms. Breen. You should be allowed to unmute yourself now, Michelle.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I appreciate Bonnie's last comment, and I hope to see this on a future agenda item. But since I am the last one, I will make my comments for this evening, and thank you for the opportunity, Board and Superintendent Leach. I'm Michelle Breen. I'm the Math Department Chair for Menlo Atherton, and I just wanted to share, building off what Bonnie just said, a little background. At last week's MathSAC, the department chairs were presented the proposed math placement chart. Our current placement chart has 3 different levels of placement for students that enter algebra with our support program built in. As I look at the proposed placement chart, all students being placed into algebra will enter into the same placement. I wonder what the district's plan for a structured algebra support program will be. At MA, we've tried very creative solutions to help students who struggle at math. We have the elective wheel. We've proposed team teaching with math teachers. We use funding for our dedicated math paraprofessionals. This year, we've actually developed a program to gamify our recovery program and have reading specialists pushing into algebra classes to support students in reading and content classes. I'm concerned that a formal and structured support program is no longer part of the placement chart, and what effect that will have on funding. With the placement chart proposal, we are now using the newly developed mirror assessment and to determine who may need help. I hope the data will help to determine student need and in turn will continue to fund section allocations for the sites based on that need. And we will continue reduce class size initiatives in algebra. These are all items that used to be part of the placement chart. As we move forward with the implementation of the chart, I also wonder if we have space to have open conversations around these ideas with input from math teachers across the district, especially when we are changing math policy, the class offerings, and the codex. Teacher voice and input is critical when forming policy and cultivating change. I'm very interested in seeing the data from the first semester of the initiative from the students in algebra and geometry benchmark at MA. And I'm also interested in hearing teacher feedback. What is working and what are areas of growth? I thank you for allowing me this time and putting this as a possible future agenda items, and for hearing about my wonderings about the district's plan for a structured support program for algebra and the future plan for getting input from our dedicated math teachers. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Breen. It's always a pleasure to hear from you and to hear your reflections and insights. Now, if that then completes this matter, I think it would not be inappropriate, Trustee Jack, if you would be prepared to go ahead and move approval of the placement, if you would be prepared to go ahead and move approval of the placement charts.
I move approval of the placement charts.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay. All in favor of approving the placement charts for math, English, science, social studies, and physical education for the 2021-2022 year, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Carrie, are you opposed to this?
Those last comments may make me concerned. So I think I am going to vote no.
Okay.
There wasn't enough teacher input.
Okay, so 4-1, the placement charts are approved. The record will reflect Trustee Dubois' negative vote. I think then that brings us to item 14, which is where we do agenda setting and any reports on events. Are there board members who want to say anything about this at this point? I mean, we will be. We've recommended, I think, I mean, it'll be somebody else, but obviously agendizing a chance to have a discussion that reflects on the CSBA events. So I think that'll be coming up in a future meeting. I know that's one thing that was listed. Trustee Thompson?
So yes, I would hope that we can, at the next board meeting, include something about the governance handbook. I don't know whether that's gone out to them, and specifically the opportunity to talk about board protocol for replies to community questions. That seems like it's immediately relevant given the flow of information, given I think we respond differently to those inquiries, and it would be nice to get on the same page with each of the new board colleagues. That's one item, I guess, which I'd ask, board president might ask for concurrence among board colleagues.
We don't have a board, well, I mean, yeah, or who's, or is there support for the idea?
Well, we actually need to have a board retreat, right? Because there's a lot to discuss with 2 new board members. So that's not what you're saying, right? We need to have a board retreat.
Well, can I ask?
We could talk about that with the new board members.
Has the governance handbook gone out to them?
That has gone out to them.
Given the fact that they already will be receiving lots of email from parents, I would guess, would it make sense to you that we'd at least have a conversation with how we handle those responses?
I think you make a good point of that being a more urgent aspect of all of the things that also need to be in the retreat, and that part of it would be worth touching on at next week's meeting.
Alan, is that enough, Mr. Weiner?
I don't think it requires staff work, right,
Doesn't.
to discuss our board protocols, which exist. So I think it sounds like you have 2 votes for including this. But we've already had the agenda meeting for the meeting on the 16th, right? Because that's only a week from now. And that agenda, I guess, goes out on Friday, but it could be added if you wanted to agendize that item, I suppose. And I think what I would, okay. I'm not exact. What is the issue to be agendized, Chris? Like protocol on public correspondence?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
To the extent the board president replies on behalf of, I think it's a
But
relatively
there's still
quick item.
some board members also reply to every email. So this is why it's more of a retreat question, I think. I mean, that's one of the
leave that for the superintendent to figure
that's
out.
Because that is one of the
or
frustrations of the
board
community.
president.
That sometimes committee members aren't hearing from everybody, so it's a big conversation.
My guess, it takes no, as Alan said, takes no staff time to prep it.
Yeah, I mean, you could talk about this next week.
Conversation.
I mean, this conversation that is happening right now, I think, can be a board discussion, next week. And I mean, the protocol is, is quite clear that to the extent that there is an official position of the board taken, if somebody is articulating board policy, the president does it. It is also the case that every board member is able to express their own view on any matter, but is not obligated to do so, right? So that is the protocol, and you can kind of talk about that. And then yeah, I think it makes sense to go ahead, and I think that under our protocols, it sounds like there are 2 votes to agendize an issue that does not require staff time. So I will work with the superintendent in my remaining 2 days to make sure that is added, to the agenda. And simply, it will be a discussion of board protocol for public communication, and it will have as an attachment, our board handbook.
Thank you. Request number 2 that also might be problematic was wondering whether we would do a proclamation that recognizes State Senator Jerry Hill's contributions to public education in the community and Sequoia in particular.
I don't want to try to jam that in between now and a week from now. Who's going to write that? Who's going to, I mean, the agenda goes out in 48 hours, right? I mean, I think that should be, I mean, the one that you identified before, Chris, I think has some time sensitivity to it. The other one does not. And so I would prefer, unless you, I mean, I would.
So responding to that, there isn't huge urgency, although he's leaving in effect, and we don't meet again until X time. I'm less sensitive.
He's out. His term has ended.
Yeah, I'm less sensitive to the timing on doing that, but would like to see us agendize it.
Yeah, but who's going to?
I would imagine. I'm thinking something very simple. Alan Sarver and I might be able to, if he was willing, team up and do something. I'd be happy to write a first draft. If there's interest in recognizing Jerry for his work.
Well, let's poll the board. This is irregular, right? Partly it's irregular because we only have a week between this meeting and our.
Also, this doesn't seem like the right board to be.
Well,
making...
I don't think it's urgent. We could talk about this later.
Talk about it with the next board. Happy to bring it up with at the next board meeting to be agendized later if there's the board support for doing that.
I think that might be the better course of action at this point, right? Than trying to jam it through.
The third and final thing would be something that we covered, just reiterating a discussion point before, which is asking for superintendent recommendation to the board on urgent, impactful COVID relief funding.
Well, that clearly, what is the superintendent's view about the process on that?
I think that there was a lot of good comment, and I can go back with staff and the principals, and we can look at that, and then we can bring back a list to the board. I mean, all COVID funding with the CARES Act have gone to support in any manner, and then try to remain as flexible as possible, because we know these expenditures are going to cross over a year. So I need to go back and debrief with staff, and then we could bring back a list of priority needs to the board. I would see that happening in January.
Thank you.
Trustee Dubois, your hand is raised.
Yes, and sorry, I should have asked for this earlier. I also need something on the next agenda. My delegate assembly seat is expiring, so I need to see if the board is willing to nominate me again, and I need that to happen at the next meeting. So Laura should have the documents from CSBA, or I can get them to her. So I have a deadline for that.
Okay. Is there support for agendizing that item? I think that doesn't require a ton of staff. Yeah, okay. So let's add that as well. Who's keeping notes of all of these last minute additions to our agenda, which we finalized yesterday? Okay, great. This makes me a little crabby on my last last evening in the job, but so it goes. Other comments or questions on either committee reports or comments or agenda setting? Okay. Well, since you made me crabby, I'm going to hold you hostage.
Wait.
Can you use the blue hand like everybody else, for crying out loud, Georgia? You're sitting there against the dark background, waving your hand vaguely. You cannot be seen.
I'm sorry.
All right.
No, I can't. It's too late. I just hope Crystal will be able to send someone. If it's not Crystal, my suggestion was Diana, who might have fainted at this point, to the Friday presentation that Redwood City 2020 is doing of the Gardner Center survey of families in North Fair Oaks, because I think it's going to be a very healthy survey in terms of robust, I believe is the word I'm thinking of, robust survey in terms of family needs. And I think it will be important information for the district to know about. So I think it would be super helpful.
Noted. Okay, so listen, guys, I am going to hold you hostage for just one moment. I look at the people who are left in the Zoom, and it really is kind of the people. I'm very happy that I'm looking at the screen now, because the people who I want to share the following remarks with are the people who have made such an important difference and are such key members of this community. So this is a bittersweet moment for me, leaving the board after 9 years. It's bittersweet because there are things that I'm extremely proud of that I think we accomplished together. I am, for instance, very proud of the integration of Ravenswood into the MA attendance area, even though that is ongoing work in some respects. I am proud of what we have done on core curriculum, which at the beginning was simply new textbooks and a curriculum, and we've actually kind of begun to live the core curriculum as a way of doing instruction in our district. I'm proud of the fact that I was able to buy into priorities of others on this board that I did not initially see as critical, like discipline, which Carrie Dubois was a leader on, and that I was part of the discipline task force, and that the picture of discipline in this district is just fundamentally different from where it was when we began. And of course, I'm proud of the decision to adopt an ethnic studies graduation requirement, but it's bittersweet because there are also things that I'm saddened about or disappointed about, leaving feeling that work is unfinished. I think although we've seen some impressive achievement, for instance, the number of our Latinx students who have satisfied A through G requirements, who have taken an AP class, have increased during our time together on the board. The disparities along ethnic and socioeconomic lines in our educational system and in our district remain pronounced and unacceptable. Our demographic profile of our workforce still does not align well enough with that of our students. And as I leave, I must confess that I feel that I have failed to do the job that I had hoped to do in terms of meeting the needs of our students during this pandemic. I feel that we could have done more to bring our students back to campus earlier, that we perhaps overestimated the risks of in-person instruction compared to the benefits. That said, I do embrace the district's Together We Go spirit, and I do believe that we can solve this. So my final thoughts concern some of what I've learned about what is important in education generally and why I am so encouraged about the future of the district in light of what I've learned. Number one, I've learned about the importance of high standards and expectations. I think we've walked that walk a little bit during our time together on the board. And I think we set that high expectation for our staff. And I think we set those high standards and expectations for our students. Resilience, grit, we learned about how important that is. And I think this is a moment where this district has an extraordinary opportunity to show its resilience, its grit as we struggle with a pandemic that has not been seen in a century. And we also know about the importance of a trusted adult for our students, right? Somebody who they can relate to. And I'd like to leave by thinking about the role of the trusted adult and how maybe at this time it's so important for us to try to be trusted adults, not only for our students, but for one another. I think being a trusted adult is not only about doing one's own job well. I think despite the pandemic, instead of hunkering down into our own protective cocoons, we need to reach out and be that trusted adult, that trusted person for our colleagues. This starts with the board. Instead of only focusing on our own priorities, we need to be that trusted partner for the superintendent, for our senior staff, and for one another. And to be honest with you, I realize on reflection that this is something that I could have done better as a board member during my 9 years. As I reflect on my near decade in our district, it seems to me that this notion of being a trusted, supportive partner for our colleagues is something that we need to recommit to as a community. It's imperative for each of us to be the kind of member of the community who can be relied on not only by peers, but subordinates and supervisors alike, and above all, by our students. At each of the 3 welcome addresses that I had the honor to give at convocation during my time on the board, I noted that teachers have the ability to change the lives of their students, to transform the lives of their students. And the truth is, we all have the ability to take actions that change the lives of one another for the better. And I urge all of you who will be carrying forward this work to remember that that's the reason why you chose to do this, and to recommit to being a source of positive change in the lives of others, especially in the trying months that lie ahead. And with that, I'd invite one last time a motion for adjournment. No, really, I'd invite a motion for adjournment.
And also a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
With that, we are adjourned. Thank you and farewell.